The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
Trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have dark, the way is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We absolutely will have our home. It's Sunday. That means it's Church of the West, and I am your hierarch, Jason Kuna, and we are gathered together today to recapture our destiny. Featured stories, Yikes, White Child Hates Himself. We'll be talking about that. It's happening. Henry Nowak, and we'll see what's going on with him. Get this shocker, Chud the Builder. We'll be talking about that. The Go Free lesson of the day, repentant villain. And recently one of those came to light. So we'll be talking about that. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. A man showed his friend a picture of his wife in sexy lingerie, boasting of her beauty. His friend said, "If you think she's hot, you need to see my wife." "Oh, really? Is she hot like my wife?" "No," he responds. "She's an ophthalmologist." Yes, put them spectacles on. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we are across from Mordor on the Potomac, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it over my shoulder in a toasty day here in the once great state of Virginia. We're going free. I am your hierarch, and it is time for us to recapture our destiny with enthusiasm, with excitement, with joy, with victories. And that's what we do here, like it's done no place else, in service to white well-being. And it's great to see every one of you. Thank you for coming over. Please swash and share that we are live and alive, and we are recapturing our destiny. And you are with your resplendent hierarch in service of that destiny. So wonderful to be here with everybody. Great to see the champions already showing up in the house. If you would like to financially gift yours truly before we get into, or while we get into, or after we get into the items that we will be covering today, and there's a lot of interconnectedness you're going to find, as we often do here at Church of the West. We connect things, we show you how it all works, and that is how we end up with the victories that so many other communities do not have. God bless every single one of you. God bless. Blessings from the great Lord Prometheus upon us, and wonderful to see you all. You can head on over to the description on YouTube, rappel down into the description, and you will find the app that permits cash. You can financially gift me there. You can financially gift one time or more on a regular basis, but you could do it as a one-off on Subscribestar. You'll also find that in the description. Do not financially gift on Entropy. It is now defunct, although I think you could still watch the stream over there and comment if you would like to. You can also financially gift on Premium Rumble, up and running as well. Of course, DLive is defunct. You can comment on all of those I just mentioned, as well as X. You can comment to me right here on Twitter X. You can comment also on Odyssey, and of course on YouTube. And when you are on YouTube, you want to switch it on over to the live chat rather than top chat. You can also financially contribute, donate to the premier institution in service to white well-being. That is the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, ladies and gentlemen, 501c3. It's the white man's ADL. It's the white man's NAACP. It's the white man's, I guess, the La Raza, whatever that organization, they changed the name, the pro-Latino organization. It's the white man's entity that is accomplishing this and so much more. And we have the brand new White Wellbeing Radio over there that's rocking 24/7. And it is the soundtrack of the revolution. You are the main character in that story, our story, the reclamation of the West, wherein we hoist the sun in the West for the Western sunrise. So epic. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org and you'll find so many of the links I just mentioned, as well as a snail mail address. A snail mail address. I haven't done it like that in a while. A snail mail address. And you can write me there. I always love to find things in the thaumatological mailbag, and I'll be looking for your letters over there. There's cryptocurrency wallets as well. It seems like not many people use that anymore, and that's fine. That's fine, but that's an option. That's an option for you as well. And we want to hear you tagging me, and we want to hear your thoughts and opinions about everything going on. I know there's a bit of a breaking news, and we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. And we'll bring you any information if it's relevant to the conversation today, or if it's otherwise necessary. I see the tree godfather is with us, and that's a wonderful thing because the gentleman has endured another surgery. Good to see you. The Brant Danger, the Dean of Danger, is in the house. Chatterstan is with us as well. Biospirit of the West, very pumped for the Sunday gathering. That's how we have to be. We have to be fired up. We have to be excited. We have to be enjoying our victories, achieving victories. And we're going to be talking about, before we get into quick news and laughs and a little bit of rockin' music from in-house creators, before we get into all of that, and what else do we have? We're going to be talking about a little white boy that another video, hates himself, doesn't want to be white, says he wants to be black. And this is like the 10th video or so that parents have taken and then uploaded online. This is a trauma. And I wrote myself some notes. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get into it. We're going to be talking about Henry Nowak in the UK and the trial taking place concerning his murder by an anti-white, non-white Indian Sikh, Asian Indian Sikh, Asians as they refer to them in the UK. We're going to be talking about that. And we're going to be talking about Chud the Cartman, and the related sickness and resentment. I was on the phone with the great Franklinator this week, and he pointed out something. So many of these, he's so right. So many of these, when you're outside of white positivity and the work that we do here in Church of the West, you find that all of these comments, it's all just about resentment. It's resenting this, it's resenting that, resenting this group, resenting that group, resenting, and you're not going to go anywhere. Ancestral Wolf is with us. Prometheus is Jason. Rapunzel is with us. Julian is with us. Celine is with us. Great to see you all. Justin is with us. Juliet is with us. Eagle Heart. Cool name. We like Eagle Heart, don't we? And good to see you. Greenblatt is evil. You guys are anti-white. The Franklinator, our very own Tony Hawk, is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see the Franklinator. But first thing we're going to do today is we're going to take a look at some examples of anti-whiteism. We're told all the time white people aren't discriminated against. We want to thank Tree Godfather for this particular piece of news. UMass Amherst faces discrimination complaint over student program. But remember, white people are never discriminated against, especially white males. They're just living high on the hog. Everything goes their way. Why do we talk about this subject matter right here? Why do we bring this to your attention? Not because this is the news in and of itself, but because you could take this information and use it as a catalyst to introduce the 6 key concepts and so much more from the lexical and dialectical armory of the Go Free Dialogic. That's how we're changing the world, changing the language. And we have the receipts that we share, a fraction of the receipts every single week as as in addition to our victories, that we share here of our successes changing the language concerning our victimization on planet Earth. Everything coming true that we said would come true, that we could do, we did, and is indeed changing the way our victimization is discussed. That's everything when it comes to the psychological warfare waged against us that is known as anti-whiteism. Giuseppe King here, Beauregard. Great to see you, brother. I think you're in the mailbag. Irish Ice is with us. Good to see us. This is over on Premium Rumble. Off to my left, your right. I'm surrounded by monitors if you are new around here. Nowak fan is here. Hello. Remember to be tagging that as @ no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. It'll light up for me. Bone Secure and Dallas Malloy and Land of the Fake are all here. Great to see you all over there on Premium Rumble. It's up and running. Well, UMass, I guess white people are discriminated against. Actually, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere you look. And unlike conservative environments, they won't talk about the discrimination against white people. They'll just say, well, this is an abridgment of the code, blah, blah, blah. And therefore, we should abide by the rules. Shut up. We don't want to hear it. Amherst says the Equal Protection Project, a nonprofit organization, obviously a conservative. They don't want to talk about white people, and you are never going to secure our well-being. You might, because of the work we're doing here, finally push back against some of the anti-whiteism because we've changed the language. We've changed the language in the mouths of anti-whites. They're inverting our concepts, and therefore they are in our story where we win the conversation every single time. But this is obviously a conservative organization because they don't want to talk about how it's white people. And but you can see here they filed suit, a civil rights complaint against UMass Amherst. The complaint was submitted to the U.S. Department of Education of Office of Civil Rights, alleging racial discrimination within the university's SBS RISE program. This is anti-whiteism it is an effluvium. It is in every single, it is a noxious gas. It is in every crack, every cranny. It's up your ass. It is everywhere in our lives. And that's how for so many people, it becomes difficult for it to see. It is the fish. It is the water for the fish in the sea. It is the air we breathe, and therefore becomes difficult to see. The Equal Protection Project operates within the Legal Insurrection Foundation, a nonprofit dedicated to racial equality. It says William Jacobson, founder and president of the Equal Protection Project, stated the organization's goal is to eliminate discrimination in the program, not to end the program itself. Quote, if you are a white student, then you need to show that you are either low income or first generation, Jacobson said. But if you are a non-white student, you don't need to show any of those. You are automatically eligible. What do we say here all the time is that the anti-whites have reached a point of power across Western civilization that they made the enormous error of actually naming the things they do instead of just continuing to perform and arrive at anti-white outcomes. By naming the things they do, they have hamstrung themselves because then there are targets for people to hit. They've been carrying out anti-whiteism at universities, at Amherst, at Harvard, at Ford, everywhere you look, since long before we were born, generations after generation after generation. It was the moral tapestry, the social morality of the West, long before it became departments and projects and programs at all of these institutions. Of course, the elite institutions, the crummy institutions, it doesn't matter what it is. Anti-whiteism is everywhere. The SBS RISE program offers students academic, professional, financial, and networking benefits. Now, I want you to think about that for a moment. It's offering academic, professional, and financial and networking benefits. So you're a white guy, and this has been, and we're hitting upon this right now. What did Henry Nowak face? What did Dalton Etherly, who is Chud, the chump, what did he face as a young man? And what will this young white man who a young white little boy who is on video crying about not wanting to have to be white, wanting instead to be black. If there were benefits to being white, he would be proud as all shit, wouldn't he? He would be happy as a lark. The benefits are what? What the white kids want to be, non-white. That's where the benefits are. That's where the boon is. And you can see a great example of it right here. You see how it all ties in, don't you? I do that for you because I'm your hierarch. And then you can take it and you can go out as a estimable champion in service to white well-being and conquer the world. So what happens to you when you don't get the academic assistance, you don't get the professional assistance, you don't get the financial assistance, and you don't get the networking assistance? These people are taken from where they are, no matter what their latent abilities, no matter what dues they've paid, no matter how much energy they put into their lives and the value that they could provide an employer and society, and they're introduced right to the hiring departments of the biggest companies, the best paying, given the best academic assistance, the best financial assistance that you could possibly find, the best professional assistance, to put them on a trajectory to have a great life where they have to just do everything under the sun to blow it. They have to do everything under the sun to undermine. What happens when not only are you doing this to females in general and non-whites in general, what happens when you are denying this assistance? Because there isn't an infinite amount of assistance. There isn't an infinite amount of people employed at Amherst or elsewhere that can help with the academics, that can help with the finance. There isn't an infinite number of dollars that can help with the professional assistance, that can help with the networking. There's only a certain amount of time, isn't there? There's a certain number of seats, a certain number of dollars, a certain number of appointments that you can have with people who work for the university who can help you and hook you up. And so when you deny this to white males, there's nowhere for them to get it. What is their trajectory in life? Where are they going to end up? Well, so many of them end up committing suicide, white flighting out of existence. So many of them end up becoming self-destructive and pushing that self-destruction on an entire generation of young white guys and middle-aged white guys out there, because there's nothing else they could do. So they just become this resentment machine of the world. Where does the resentment come from? I want you to write it down, because we're going to be talking about exactly where the resentment comes from, why it's happening, and how the Go Free dialogic can undermine it. Nobody else can say that they can do that with the work that they're doing in service to white well-being. So let's just ponder that for a moment. Ponder it on your own. Ponder it with your friends and family. Ponder it at the dinner table. What happens to the white guys who can't get the financial assistance, who can't get the professional help, who can't get the professional connections? I was one of those white guys. There was no help. Everyone turned me away. Lodges turned me. Everything that you could imagine turned me away. You'll figure it out on your own. You figure it out when there's nothing there for you. Everywhere you turn, help for everybody else, nothing for the white guys. There's something for everybody else, because it is discriminatory against the white males who have the latent ability, showed the talents, have dedicated their time, paid their dues, demonstrated that they are a value to employers and society and to a prospective family, etc. They can't get access to it. We believe that it's a violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, Jacobson said, because this is a public university. It is a violation. It's been a violation since they've been doing it for generations. We need to talk about the things with the concepts that transmute us into a people in order to put an end to this, a final conclusion to the end of anti-whiteism. This otherwise is just going to be another pushback that's going to succumb, and anti-whiteism will march on. It's a violation of the 14th Amendment. It's a violation of Massachusetts state law. And this is even a violation of UMass Amherst's own rules. Okay, it's always been that way. Anti-whiteism functions that way. It's always been that way. Why is that? Why is it that anti-whiteism and anti-whites are able to violate the rules of the university, the codes of the university, the laws of the state, the laws of the federal government? How are they able to violate all of this for generation after generation after generation, ruining the lives of primarily white guys. And I'm not here, by the way, let me just finish the sentence. Ruining their lives, destroying their lives, preventing lives from ever, preventing families from ever coming to fruition, turning these people into miscreants and landing them in prison where their lives will be miserable and they will never recover, the vast majority of them, from the place and state that society has put them. Now, here's what I've got to say. I'm not here to tell you that there's going to be some simple remedy to something like where the cucks come out and they say, well, we just need to file some more of this, and we need to point out how this is against the law. This is against. They're able to do all of these things because the social morality of the West, that's the most important thing of any society. Get it through your head. The social morality of a country is the dominant, most important thing. It trumps religion. It trumps ethics. It trumps rules. It trumps codes. It trumps culture. It trumps politics. It trumps laws. So if you cannot address the social morality, which enables them to break the law, break the ethics, break the codes, and on, and be able to defend it in court, and then when they have to walk it back a little bit, they just change the names and they continue marching ahead. Because the social morality, if you don't address the social morality, you're not doing anything. And we have the practice that supplants the anti-white immoral imperative, which is the social morality of the West. But I'm not here to tell you, and it's got to be as real as all hell. There is no easy fix to this. I'm here to tell you to embrace the struggle. I'm here to tell you this is hard as hell. I'm here to tell you, be ready to sacrifice. Be ready to give of your life, the totality of your life. I'm not asking you for 5 minutes. I'm not asking you to be a Bane and a little Spurg online. I'm asking you to be a revolutionary in your real life. I'm asking you to do the hardest of hard. I'm not asking, I am demanding it of you. It is long past the hour that the white race stand up and completely embrace the struggle of our well-being and the recapture of our destiny to arrest our victimization. Every second is going to be hard. This isn't for the meek. It isn't for the loser. It isn't for the anon. It is for the champions of the West. Those are going to be the only people who stand up. Everybody else, get the hell out. A spokesman for UMass issued a statement regarding the complaint. Quote, the university has not been served with a complaint nor notified of an investigation regarding the matter and will continue to comply with all state and federal laws. She's a blatant anti-white pig liar. They've been saying they've been complying with the laws, continuing to receive the white man's technology, tax dollars, lion's share by far paid for by white males and white families. Our genius, white men keeping the power on at Amherst, white men keeping the water running, white men keeping the sewage running away from the university, white men keeping the civility at Amherst. The complaint is now with the U.S. Department of Education, which will determine whether to pursue an investigation. And as we've seen, despite all of the taboo grifting garbage, who tells you, take it easy, here's the easy way out. You just resent them. You just slander them. You just get online as an anon bitch and be a loser. Here's the easy way out. They've told you Trump administration's not doing anything. They've gotten you complaining like you're a run-of-the-mill purple-haired cow anti-white. That's what you all look like, sound like online. While the Trump administration is doing more for the white race than any administration in generations. Trump being the only. When was the last president that said anti-white? Bitches, stop complaining. This is the only opportunity you're going to have in the totality of your life to make hay while the sun shines on Western civilization by way of Donald Trump and this administration. You better get to work because all of your bitching, we're not going to forget you. I want everybody in this community to remember every single content creator, every low dirtbag online that has been slandering and undermining Donald Trump and the administration. I want you to remember their names because after this administration is over and things go back to Mitt Romney kind of Republicanism and things go to some kind of Democrat party leader, when things go back to that, we're going to remind this garbage what they were complaining about when Trump and his administration was in office, and we will ban you forevermore. This is a place for heroes. This is a place for struggle. This is a place for champions. This is a place for people who can see the light of day and don't allow themselves to be easily led around by the nose by some taboo grifter with his or her taboo takes. Not enough here, though. We also got this. Framingham School District paying race-based stipends to several administrators. Not an infinite number of dollars. Outright discrimination against white males, the white race in general, paying them because they're not white males, because they're not heterosexual, normative white male, healthy white males. Paying the others just because you're not that. Not, as the cucks would say, not because they're gay or because they're female or because they're Lebanese or because they're not white. And specifically not white males. Center us or you're going to find yourself in hell. Framingham Public Schools. This is the public schools. Confirmed that 4 administrators received $1,500 stipends for identifying as not white. The district says the payments are being phased out now that there's attention on them. You know what they'll do? They'll change the name of the stipends. And you know, if the pressure continues, if more lawsuits come as a consequence of Donald Trump's administration, they'll just get rid of the name altogether, and they'll continue to carry out the stipends until the social morality of the West, the anti-white immoral imperative, is upended by a united white people. So there's another one. How about this before we get into our quick news and laughs? Another consequence of females being enthroned as the leader of the household, the leader of the department you work in, the leader at the educational establishments, the leaders in governance, females being put into positions of power where they are ill-equipped. And what do we see? Absolute psychosis, absolute neurosis, widespread across the totality of the West. Females are like little dogs. And if you don't teach a little dog that if you just tolerate them trying to be the alpha of the pack, then they run around barking their heads off. They become totally neurotic, and people hate them for it because they think that they are in charge and they have to run the show. You've allowed them to push you around. You've allowed them, and they are not in a position to be alpha. You know what happens with a little dog where you teach it that it is not the alpha? It has peace. It's quiet. It loves its life. It lays back. It gets into your lap like a little dog is supposed to do and get petted. They don't act up. They don't feel like they have to charge every noise and every creak and every crack and every mailman and bark like they're out of their freaking minds. They can. So what is it? Is the little dog happier when it's neurotic and thinks it has to protect the pack? Or is it happier when it knows that you are in charge and it can just relax? Obviously, it's happier when it thinks you are in charge, when it knows that you are in charge and it can just chill the out. Same thing with women, I'm afraid. I mean, this is what more than the tea leaves show, isn't it? I mean, this is more that this is what the white woman tea leaves seems to demonstrate. So here we have another one. Absolutely lost her mind from the enthronement, a role that females are not supposed to be in. This little cupcake here decided at 28 years of age, she was going to pretend to be a teenager to go get herself some teenage pretty boys. Couldn't get them when she was a teenager, and you could tell by the look on this hound's face. Who let the dogs out? Woo! Oh, oh, oh. Who let the dogs out? There she is, sneaking into teenage circles so that she can access teenage boys, pretty teenage boys. Wonder if this would be some pretty big news if a male, but forget about the news, because we know the anti-whites are running. What would women do if they found out that a guy snuck his way into teenage circles at nearly 30 years of age, snuck his way in so that he could access himself some of them hot teenage girls? Now, if you're a woman that say, wow, that's disgusting, that's despicable, what a monster, what a predator, that's the exact way you should behave when it comes to this female and others just like her. The exact way you should behave, because both are monsters, pedophiles. But it is not a trend right now for males to be raping kids left and right. No, the arc here, the trend here, it's inimitable, are females raping the ever-living shit out of. I got to tell you a story. I was at the gym just 2 days ago. I got to tell you, because this is tangentially part of the problem with the enthronement of women, with white males having provided everything for them that they need, and then anti-whiteism telling them that the last thing they need is a white male in their life, that they can have it all. They can just get on this app or that app and hire all the people they need to do all the things that a guy would be doing in their lives. And then, of course, then they can go rape some pretty boy, teenage boys, or even younger. And no big deal, because they're girls and they don't have responsibilities. And so they've have the mindset that even when they are absolute base mids in their appearance, like this hound right here, base mids, that they all deserve the prettiest faced guys that they can have. Well, I was at the gym 2 days ago, and because I work out, I go to places like the gym, I go to places like the range, I go to a lot of places to maintain my superiority over so many others out there in the world. And because indeed I am a man of the West, and that's something that we do. And so I'm at the gym and I'm working out, and this mid walks up to me, this mid white female, probably about 24-ish range, and probably about a 4 on the scale. Probably I could break it down exactly what, maybe I will. She had no ass, her hips were not worth it. No breasts whatsoever. Definitely a totally mid face. Wasn't fat or anything. Wasn't too skinny. Total mid, rank mid in the early 20s to mid 20s. So about 24, let's say. So I'm sitting there working out, and I am gleaming. I am glorious. And I am bulging everywhere. The blood is all in the muscles, and I'm looking magnificent. And she comes walking up to me, and I'm like, what is this mid walking up to me? This doesn't. And she's looking at me, and I was like, they do everything they can to not see you, because they're looking just for the 9s and 10s of the prettiest face guys. And we've talked about this before. We're going to get to quick news and laughs in a second, but you're going to love this story. In fact, all the guys, I want you to get ready. I want you to really enjoy this. Your hierarch did this for all of us. I want you to really enjoy this, okay? You're going to really like this. So this mid who does everything. I told you, what was it, 2 weeks ago, about the mid, probably another 4-ish, who we almost walked, bam, face to face. She had her phone, and instead of looking up at me, we did that awkward dance, and she just kept looking at her phone because she had already seen me, determined I didn't have one of the top 10% of prettiest faces, and therefore she was literally not going to see me. So here comes this mid. She's looking right at me, and I'm like, what could this be? What could this be? And she walks up and she says, were you talking to me? Like, out of nowhere. Were you talking to me? And I thought, geez, I had been yelling at my phone, walking through, sending messages through the gym. As you all know, I'm wont to yell at the weights. I'm wont to cuss them. I'm wont to, I don't care. I don't care what people think. So I'm thinking, did I walk by her and I'm yelling at the phone or something, and she thought that I was talking to her? And so she said, were you talking to me? And I said, no. And I also kind of thought, is she crazy? Like, she's walking up to me out of nowhere, right? What would you think? Are you talking to me? No. I said, where were you? She said, well, I was over in another part of the gym. And I said, no, I wasn't talking to you. I've never seen you before. And she said, were you on your phone? And I said, and I was literally on my phone as she walked up in between sets. And I said, yeah, I probably was. And you thought I was talking to you. And so she said, okay, and walked away. Then I thought, weird. Like, why would she come? What? And I'm thinking, what could I have said that she thought I was talking with her? And was she trying to start a conversation? Like, is this a female that is normal? Right? Is she not thinking? Is she a female in her early 20s that's a mid that doesn't think that she deserves a prettiest face 10% guy? Is she normal? And I continue working out, and I'm thinking, and I continue working out, and suddenly it hits me. Suddenly, about like 5 minutes later, as I'm working out, in between another set, it suddenly hits me. Was this the bitch that while I was walking, I was finished a set, I was heading to the water fountain, and I was breathing heavy, and I was looking at my phone as I'm walking. Then I put my phone in my pocket, and as I look up, eyes lock with a woman sitting on a leg extension. You all know what that is. It's for the quads. Sitting on the leg extension, facing directly at me. Eyes locked. She's looking forward. I'm looking forward, walking right by this piece of machinery. Eyes lock. And I just do like you normally, like a normal healthy white person does. I give a little smile. I'm like, hey, whatever. And I keep walking. She does what the normal 20s all the way up through 30s do when they still think, that they could, that they deserve one of the 10% prettiest faces. And she ignores, she just ignores that I just gave her one of those hello smiles. So I said out loud, she had earbuds in and everything, and I wasn't talking to her, but I said just out loud to myself, fucking rude bitch. Right because I don't give a shit. So then I thought, was that the girl that was on the leg extension? I wasn't paying any attention to her. And so was that the same one? They must have to be. So I looked around, and there she was on a treadmill. So I walked up to her and I said, were you the female sitting on the leg extension that didn't smile back at me? And she pulls out, she could obviously hear what I was saying, pulls out her earbud and says, yes. So I want you to note that. I said, were you the female in the leg extension that did not smile back at me? And she said, yes. And then she said, and called me an effing rude bitch. I said, yes. And she said, well, I can't even like this kind of a thing, trying to act like all offended and uppity and better. And I said, you need to learn to stop being a fucking rude bitch. And I started walking away. And then she looks over to the front desk, like she's going to recruit the young guys that work at the front desk who all absolutely love and respect the ever living shit out of me. They're like, who's the swollen stud that comes in here all, regularly? Like she was going to recruit their help. And I thought, my God, it was just like the chimp study that we looked at. The chimp female causes the problem. She starts screaming for other males to come and attack the guy she doesn't like. This bitch literally admitted that she knew I smiled at her and she deliberately did not smile back. And then she was offended that I called the fucking rude bitch exactly what she is. Gentlemen, don't ever be afraid. Don't do it anymore. Don't take it anymore. When they are rude to you because they think they're so much better, because they think they're all going to get that 10% of prettiest faces, call them the fucking rude bitches that they are, and then just keep walking. Don't be afraid 1 second. And if they're going to get uppity and they're going to say, well, how dare you say, fuck you, bitch, you're a rude, filthy bitch, and then just walk off. Tell these white bitches exactly what they are. They don't deserve our sympathy. They don't deserve our silence. They are not entitled to be able to be rude to us. The other 90% of men, they're not entitled to be rude to us. And then we just have to take it. No, fuck you skanky, hideous dogs out there. Fuck you, rude bitches. You all should be told every single time exactly what you are. I did it for all of us, guys. No taking it anymore. If you say hello and the bitch looks through you or ignores you, and you know damn well and good that if you were one of those 10%, she would, oh, hi to you. You know damn well, tell the bitch exactly what she is. Let's get to our quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate. Just really fully appreciate all the time that they're saying Donald Trump and his administration isn't doing anything. Donald Trump ordered these documents to be declassified and released to the public. I'm sure it goes beyond JFK and MK Ultra. I'm positive it does. The president ordered this. The Tulsi Gabbard DNI director, who is the boss of the CIA, her office got raided while Trump was in China, and the documents stolen from her office. So for all the times they're saying Trump is not doing anything, Trump administration is not doing anything, these kind of things are happening daily. Oh, all right, let me fix the audio is not coming through, so we can fix that. Pay close attention. This is what they're talking about, what I just mentioned, though. See if you can hear
raided Tulsi Gabbard's office. Agents hauled out dozens of boxes, files on the JFK assassination and MK Ultra, the CIA mind control operation, which she was in the process of declassifying. Today's whistleblower said it during his deposition, and Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna confirmed it moments ago.
The reason why this is troubling is, A, there was an executive order that the president had directed the full declassification of JFK, but then also to the MK Ultra files. The CIA famously has said that, you know, all documents were released and other documents had been destroyed. So these are allegedly those documents that apparently never existed.
And this just in, John.
So there you have it. Everybody's saying Trump and his administration isn't doing anything, and the stories like this are daily.
I had dreamed there would be so many shows, we would have to invent another type of TV called streaming.
What is streaming, sir?
A new way for companies to lose money. These streamers will make their own shows and create their own stars.
Who will these stars be?
Murderers. Real life murderers, mostly.
Who would watch shows about murderers for entertainment?
Your wife, my wife, everyone's wife.
Oh my God, too much truth to that. Let's give it up for Stop Antivirus.
Anti-whites are all responsible. That's another thing to never forget, is you hold anti-whites collectively responsible. Collective responsibility for anti-whites. Anti-white policy. So in application, what does that mean exactly? Well, you're at home and you're sitting at the dinner table and this happens. Somebody in your family leans anti-white. Well, you could tell them, hey, your sentiments, your notions, your anti-white notions led to this. It's your beliefs that did this. That pins the death of these people from this accident on the family member. So collective responsibility, never forget that when we're talking to friends, strangers, family, in any of our circles of influence. If they hold anti-white sentiments, you browbeat them with the consequences of anti-whiteism. You have seen the success of anti-whiteism inflicted on us by browbeating us, not only with anything that they, from reality, that they could twist to say is the fault of all of us based on our birth. Remember, anti-whites are collectively responsible for the consequences of their beliefs, not their birth. So it's legitimate to say that anti-whites are collectively responsible for this. The gang rapes, collective responsibility. The rapists who get 30 days in jail and they're set free and they go and kill somebody or rape somebody else, collectively responsible. Aunt Jane, collectively responsible.
Hell yeah. Give it up for stop by anti-whiteism. The great 4-0 is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. This has at least 2 twists. Get ready.
This is the reality of marrying your best friend that no one wants to talk about, which is that when things aren't going well, you won't have anyone to talk to. And the other thing is, we both had girlfriends that we were in love with, but we just heard it all the time. You have to marry your best friend. So James and I, neither of us are gay.
I bet you didn't see that coming. Oh, look at these little creatures. Look at that.
Right. Richard? Yeah, we need some miniature cows.
A lot of white people like that. My cat knows he's not allowed outside, so I have to race him to close the window. Oh, poor kitty cat. Take a look at this. A little girl whose relationship with her father was destroyed by her mother. The mother said, "Oh, your father that I divorced is a total monster. Don't have a life with him. Don't ever talk to him." Come to find out that the mother was the monster and the father was a good guy. She's hanging out with dad there. Look at it. She's a little old to be. Maybe that's because she grew up without a father. Little old. Look at her how she's dressed with her father. A little old to be dressed like that. But this is what happens when you grow up without a father. So often, not every single time. Now, this, my friends, is a beautiful example of karma striking back in record time. This is some sort of anti-white caped creature. And this here is a little kitty cat. Oh, she kicked it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. On the concrete steps. Yeah. Oh, that shin. I hope it's broken. Now, it's so hard to get a gift for an adult until these came out. Yeah. Look at that. Every guy watching just fell in love.
When they go to public school, this is what they get.
American mother says her daughter is one of only 4 children in the entire math class that speaks English. She doesn't get to learn math because there's 20 plus other kids who don't know English, and the teacher has to accommodate them. Anti-whiteism did this. If you wanted to change, we got to become a people.
I went to career day for my daughter's school, and I get what I do is very fun. But I was nervous because I'm there with real people, and they're smart. And so I was hoping to sit at a table alone. They put me at a table with a surgeon, which I think they did it on purpose. Almost to show the kids, here's the difference between reading. So the kids like come up, and they're like, what subjects do you use for comedy? And I don't even know what the subjects they're taking. I was like, I do English. I do mostly English on stage. They asked him, how long do you go to school to be a surgeon? And he's like 54 years or whatever. It's like and they asked me, they're like, how long to be a comedian? I was like, you're good now. So.
That's funny. How 3 simple lines can captivate a man's mind. Yep, that worked. Stop laughing, Fock. That definitely worked. Oh boy, here's a guy chatting with a woman on a digital. Everything's digital here, and they're having a little conversation. Nothing could go wrong.
It's a compass.
Oh, okay. Where's it pointing to?
I don't know, because I'm pretty sure that's south and that's north.
Oh, okay. What? What happened?
You're not in VR chat anymore. It's showing your room in real life.
That's not possible. No.
Guys, it's always going to be a guy like that on the other end. Never forget it. Lancaster County, South Carolina, residents blasts the proposal to build a mosque, calling out the dangers of radical Sharia law, which directly opposes the U.S. Constitution. According to this speaker, the council then voted to deny the permit for the Celebrate 07s. 07 celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Justice Samuel Alito had to remind Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson that SCOTUS exists to interpret law, not to act as an activist court. She's an anti-white hire, not a DEI hire, an anti-white hire. Center us. Then it says remove her. That ain't happening. Me. No more. Your dog food bag says 1 cup. The dog. The Oreo box surely doesn't say 16 Oreos, Linda. But here we are. The expression on that dog's face is perfect. Here we are, Linda. Just in, 20 CIA and FBI agents have blown the whistle. And that's because of the investigations that are being done by Trump and the Trump administration. So in other words, this would not have happened without Trump and the administration. Confirming that Barack Obama and his chief of staff, CIA director John Brennan, created the false Russia hoax, doctored intelligence to overthrow the duly elected president of the United States in 2016. So you might say to yourself, yeah, but when are they going to go? Listen, the investigation would not have happened without Trump and the Trump administration. If they are unable to convict, it'll be because there are still anti-whites, the vast majority in the federal government. That is our job to address. It's been revealed, ladies and gentlemen, what do we call this? That a man who's been drawing swastikas all over Fayetteville, North Carolina, is black. Taquan Jameek Vereen. There is your swastika drawing. What do we call this? Hate hoax. That's all you call it. It's a hate hoax. It's designed to victimize us. That's what we talk about, not the black race. This thing is anti-white. His birth is irrelevant. This kind of thing happens all the time. Take a look at this. In the Netherlands, a nursing home lets college students live rent-free if they spend 30 hours a month chilling with elderly residents just talking, hanging out, and being around. It's reduced isolation for both sides. This is the kind of thing we would have all over Western civilization. Doesn't this just make your Western biospirit sing with joy? I love it. This, ladies and gentlemen, everybody likes to watch the Top Gun movie, and they love the pretty guys. Cunningham was the actual ace that informed all of these neat moves on the movie. Let's hear about Cunningham in Vietnam.
Continues to follow, and Cunningham decides to repeat his earlier maneuver of executing a vertical climb.
So this is a beautiful F-4J aircraft. This is what he was piloting in a dogfight with a MiG. He had executed a vertical climb. The MiG was on his 6 behind him, getting ready to shoot him down. So he decided to repeat the movement, but then he tried something different.
This time, Cunningham throttles back to idle and selects his air brakes.
If you've ever seen Top Gun, you remember the famous line, "I'm going to hit the brakes and he'll fly right by." Cunningham was an advisor on the movie Top Gun, and this is literally where that comes from.
The Phantom decelerates rapidly, and the MiG-17 screams ahead, its pilot surprised at the maneuver. With Cunningham now on his tail, the VPAF pilot makes his first mistake and rolls into a dive to escape the dogfight. When Cunningham and Driscoll follow, they find themselves in a perfect firing position on the enemy's 6 o'clock. A Sidewinder smashes into the MiG-17's tail and sends it hurtling into the ground.
Yes! Yes!
With their third kill of the day, Cunningham and Driscoll have become the US Navy's first flying aces of the Vietnam War.
Love the white man. Here's another one. This white guy, during Vietnam, repeatedly flew his unarmed helicopter into a concentrated enemy kill zone to extract dozens of trapped infantrymen. On his final solo, and this is probably a Huey, the helicopter that he was flying, on his final solo run in a crippled and severely overweight aircraft, he dragged the helicopter's skids across a riverbed to achieve liftoff and rescue 8 more stranded American soldiers. Give it up for these champions. 07s for the heroism and courage of white men in combat. Gotta love them. Breaking news, the Justice Department accused the Yale School of Medicine of discriminating against whites and Asians, of course. They had to throw them in, but it's discriminating against whites. Unfortunately, New York Times not capitalizing W. It's the second time in 8 days that the Trump administration has targeted major medical schools. I'm sorry, what administration is that? Tell me again. Dim-witted, dipshitted losers, anti-Trump and Trump regime losers. Tell me again how they're doing nothing. Tell me again how you've been led around by the nose like you are a ignorant cow by anti-whites and taboo grifters. Oh, Candace Owens has made a change.
You know the drill. Let's keep it light and fun. Try not to mispronounce too many words. And you look really cute today. Did you just do something different with your hair?
Mr. Trump, I will assassinate you.
Wow. Love the new energy. This is you on medication, I presume?
Get ready, Mr. Trump. Every day you play this game, I will eliminate one of your family members.
I will say you're getting more words correct, at least.
Last warning. Trump.
Candace Owens, she's got a new look. Hey, I'm afraid people at the gym will judge me. Meanwhile, this was your grandfather when he was your age. Get it, baby, get it. Get it. That's what a white man is supposed to act like. This is how these shopping out a stranger cart gags go really wrong.
Oh, you got meat?
It's hard to find meat.
Take a look at this white guy. Does he look like the kind of white guy you should be effing with?
I'll take. Got three.
This is a blessed country.
These are my favorite.
Are you fucking with me or what? I'm about ready to blow your brains.
Okay.
Are you effing with me or what? I'm going to blow your brains out.
Okay.
Shift that in the cart.
Just seeing what you got, sir.
Well, you see what I got, right?
You see what I got, right?
Just pulled out a gun on us, bro.
Massive backfire. China is now looking to surge oil imports from Alaska and not Iran. Art of the deal, our negotiator-in-chief is at work. Oh, did that happen under any other administration? Would that happen under any other Republican administration? Hell no. They rolled out the red carpet. They allowed Trump to go in the Emperor's building, which no one else has ever entered. Why fill your mind with anti-white poison? Shares the biospirit of the West. Big salutes. Radio White Wellbeing at the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. Justice isn't blind, it's anti-white. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Big salutes, ladies and gentlemen. NoWhiteGuilt.org. How about this totally white scenario? Back in 1714, a Norwegian and English captains engaged in a 14-hour-long naval battle. Afterward, both ships were heavily damaged, and the Norwegian captain was running low on ammunition. He sent an envoy to the English ship to ask if he could borrow some of their ammo. Oh, that's the whitest thing ever. Of course, the English captain said, no, thank you. Totally white. This is how I look, trying to spread joy and positivity. Breaking news. McDonald's to remove self-service soda fountains from all locations due to, quote, changing consumer habits. And this guy posts down here, I could barely hear the movie last night at the cinema due to how loud the changing consumer habits were. And not only that, but this.
What's your emergency?
Hi, yes, I'd like to report a robbery.
Okay, where is this robbery taking place?
On the corner of 3rd and Main.
All right, and do you have a view of the suspect?
Yes, he is a he and a tall.
Okay, any other description? Any other description?
Changing consumer habits. Changing consumer habits.
I'm sorry.
The description's changing consumer habits.
What's
and then he figured it out. And finally, we have this, and then a song, and then we're going to be talking about Chud the Dud. This, ladies and gentlemen, was just last year. There was a race of 11 moms of NASCAR drivers, and this was for charity. And they got out on the track, and they were going to run a few laps, raise some money for charity, and something goes wrong. Let's listen in to the announcers.
I mean, they look great out there. Not that I'm shocked. I'm not saying women cannot drive or they curb wheels all the time or anything like that. I'm definitely not saying that they're not as good at drivers as us. I'm not saying that we're better. I'm just saying I'm shocked.
Wow.
Oh, they're following
They're following the pace truck. They followed the pace truck. All 11.
No way.
The pace truck.
Oh my God. All 11 of them followed the pace car into the pits.
No.
Oh yeah, dude. Let's rock.
Together we grow stronger each day. With hearts in tune, we'll find our It's the flame that never dies. Through the storm we rise and fly. Whoa, white well-being lights the way. Forever here, it's here to stay.
Totally epic song, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon, NWG, Show Him the Love. We're going to be getting into Chud the Dud right after these perspicacious comments. These are comments that are left under the thread. We share a few of them every single Sunday, and you are lucky to hear what these champions have to say. Then we're going to get to Chud the Dud. We're going to get to the little white boy who doesn't want to be white. He'd rather be black. What a heartbreaking story. I'm going to tie it all together along with Henry Nowak and what's happening right now in the trial of his murder. First, we get to Cordite here. Perspicacious Comments, ladies and gentlemen. Cordite writes, a big lesson from these streams is that just because a white person holds racial animosity for a particular non-white race does not mean they love white people. The vast majority of white negatives like that never love their own kind. Let's give it up for Cordite. Genius words, if ever spoken. Logan Dahl says, the sad boy near the end of the stream, this was on Wednesday, and we're going to be looking at that little video again. Near the end of the stream was hard to watch. I can't get that out of my mind. Thank you, as always, for the stream, Jason. Give it up for Logan Dahl, ladies and gentlemen. That means you are a good person. If you see a white child injured like this, hating themselves for being white and wanting to be a non-white race, and you can't get it out of your mind, that means you're a good person. If you're walking around all day and you're thinking about how much you resent some non-white group of people, you are not a good person. Free Thinkers gets in on Perspicacious Comments. He says, as a bright young boy in the 80s and 90s, I was not aware of anti-whiteism, absolutely color blind and quite optimistic about the future. However, like many white people affected by anti-whiteism in the media and education and entertainment and with a feminism hostile to men, my sense of self-worth was very poor by my late teens. Look at the injury that Free Thinkers is suffering with as a consequence of this. I was ready for a life on the sidelines, watching more deserving people succeed. What do we say here? I mean, think about this injury. Think about how deep physically, mentally, and spiritually he was injured. Now, think about what I've talked about when it comes to who are the white guys that normally remain in anti-white spaces, that they are allowed to be there. They're the ones who are willing to have a life on the sidelines. They're the ones who are willing to be trampled. He goes on, at times I thought my existence was pointless. Imagine this. This is not happening to anyone else. At times I thought my existence was pointless. Fortunately, I found strength, respect for myself, and joy along the ride. Now, with Go Free, I can understand how much better it could have been in a white positive environment. Seeing this little boy, the same one we were talking about a moment ago, not wanting to be white breaks my heart. Let's hear it for Free Thinkers in Perspicacious Comments today, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis, 07s for the people in the Perspicacious Comments. We got Joe here today. Joe says, at 4150, it's really interesting how few laws we have vetting public assistance and its usage. When we had a high trust, i.e. white country, we self-policed and did the right thing. This is proof of the biospirit. Laws and biospiritual laws are biospiritual projections, precisely. People do what comes naturally to them. The right thing is different to every biospirit, precisely. Laws are not needed where there is biospiritual compatibility, because everyone is playing by the same rules. Amen to that. Well said, Joe. Let's hear it in Perspicacious for Joe, ladies and gentlemen. We keep going here to Cool Papa J Magic. It's good to hear when people leave the Groyper cult, but they need to be directed here or they'll just find somewhere else to whine about the Jews. It's not like the Leonardas or the Bilzerians are a solution. They're absolutely not a solution. Well said by the swashing champion, Cool Papa J Magic. Anime writes this. I've noticed these patterns of Fuentes not being able to create allies and not having actionable plans to get stuff done. He also was more concerned about the general results instead of the primaries. This explanation here of him being a taboo grifter fits perfectly with what I've been noticing about Fuentes for years. Let's give it up for Anime. Here we have another individual who's watched Fuentes. Here's our description in our definition or coinage of taboo grifter and taboo takes. And he says, absolutely, that's exactly what he does and what he is. Azimuth Clark says, Black conservative perspective with 996,000 subs, a channel Team White Wellbeing has been swashing on, has been using the lexicon. He's been using anti-white in several of his recent videos. His newest video about the show The View and their take on the new Odyssey movie, he talks about how white people are being race swapped. They're being white erased. We'll get him there. And how that is anti-white. Another victory for our team. Greg is a non-white man who is against anti-whiteism. Now he's using anti-white to describe what's happening to white people. We are doing this. We've been doing it for over a decade online. We are the ones doing it. He says swashing on big channels. Azimuth Clark says swashing on big channels works. Try it. The victories feel amazing. Let's hear it for Azimuth Clark. Joe is back one more time this week. He says, I noticed one thing in the Holodomor segment from Wednesday that I don't think you touched on. In the white negative paragraph, you use the phrase closed the borders, whereas the white positive paragraph, you use the term blockade. The phrase close the borders triggers an MP montage. Absolutely. This is a premier practitioner of Go Free, Joe is. He says, I didn't even realize it until 2 days later that it had been triggered in me. If Russia closing its borders to Ukraine caused a famine and genocide, then white countries closing their borders to non-whites is also causing famine and genocide. Brilliant, my brother. He says, close the borders even in a completely unrelated context triggers all of the MPs associated with Donald Trump. The border wall, crying kids at the border. They just want a better life, etc. So true, man. And then links them to genocide. Border security equals genocide. The term blockade triggers something completely different. Isn't this amazing that Joe, this magnificent practitioner of Go Free, picked this up? The term blockade triggers something completely different. It is a coordinated strategic aggression. In the white positive narrative, it links us with our victim status. Precisely. Our people were rounded up and slowly starved to death. The white negative narrative is doomed to fail because it lives within the anti-white narrative. The average white person reading it is going to immediately and subconsciously identify themselves as the bad guy in the story because they are drowning in the anti-white narrative. The white negative narrative is the anti-white narrative. Precisely. Let's hear it for this champion, ladies and gentlemen. Joe back again. And if you didn't hear last Wednesday's breakdown where I took the Holodomor and I gave 2 paragraphs detailing the exact same information, and I gave one from the anti-non-white perspective and one from the white positive perspective, the exact same information. You need to go back when we're done today, and you can see the difference between centering white people and centering non-white people. It is a colossal difference. We talk about the logical conclusions that are drawn from each paragraph and then the logical action items that are drawn from those conclusions. The one thing that I forgot to mention during the gathering that I did mention in the space, the Rebel Roundtable, right thereafter, is that if you take the sentence, because so many of the white negatives, so many of the anti-non-white people will say, because they're lying, that they are anti-Jew and they center Jews because they're doing it for white people. That's a lie. Centering Jews, and you'll see in these paragraphs. But let me just give you the sentence, quote, Jews kill whites, close quote. Who is centered? They will lie to you and say that white people are being discussed. Wrong. Have you not taken English class? Have you not studied our language whatsoever? What is the subject of the sentence? What is the object? What is the character that is being centered in the sentence? The subject is Jews. The object is whites. You are centering Jews with that sentence. The thing that matters about anyone that harms us is that they're anti-white, not their birth. That matters. That's the thing that matters because it centers us, not them. And the results, the ramifications of the centering mean everything. Check it out on Wednesday's gathering. We're almost done here. Anime back one more time. Such a relief to find someone normal about Trump. I'm sure there's a reason, but have you thought about cutting the segments of the show into videos? We do have people that make wonderful little videos, and you can find the links to them in the description. They cut out segments of this. Yes, at some point, I would like to cut blocks out, and that will be something we do as well. Almost done here. Johnny Johnson says it's hard for us white people to form the completely new habit of becoming tribal and start seeing our people as a people. But the frustrating part is that it is not hard for non-white people to see us as a people because they already recognize themselves naturally as one. I believe by not recognizing that we are also a people, while clearly seeing other groups is one of the reasons why so many whites are so occupied focusing on other groups, because they already are a group. So it's easy to focus on them while forgetting that our people is what we need to focus on. The truth is that anytime we focus on a non-white group as a whole, it takes away from focusing on our group, as well as making you seem like it's about another race rather than anti-whites within those races. The only time that we should focus on any non-white is when they are anti-white and hurting our people. Again, focusing on our people and putting our suffering in the center. I'm going to skip ahead here so we can get to Chud. He continues writing here. This absolute champion continues writing. I'll just jump down. Also making even small innocent jokes about entire other racial groups is not recommended, as it will only make you look less credible in the fight for our people. That's brilliant for Johnny Johnson to write there. That will only take away the focus from what we really should be focused on, the persecution of our people. He wraps up, next to last paragraph, hopefully I have made my point understood. We need to never lose the correct focus, as it's the only way to win this. We must focus on our people, our suffering, and the persecution against us. The only time you should focus on another person from another non-white group is when that person is or organization is anti-white. And in that case, you don't have to point out their race, but point out their name and the fact that they are anti-white. Because when we finally become a people with real power behind us, any anti-white person labeled as such will have to face real life consequences when anti-whiteism becomes a punishable crime. Absolutely, brother. He writes this. He finishes up with this. And then we're going to be getting on to Chud the Dud. At 1 hour, 58 minutes, 15 seconds, this example of the Holodomor told from two different perspectives and how we must put our people in the center instead of focusing on the people that persecuted us is so crucial to understand. Pointing out the specific leading individuals or entities of anti-whites who did orchestrate the Holodomor is important. But the focus is on our suffering and how they are anti-white, because that creates peoplehood in our race through love of our own, not through hatred of another. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the Perspicacious Comments. Let's hear it. I love the genius of this community. I am made brighter. I am made more educated. I am made more effective by us working together, being a team, bright people coming together, and the focus is in the right place. We cannot say enough about the 2 different paragraphs I wrote, and then the logical deductions and then logical action items. You can see, if you ever wondered until now, if you ever wondered why does it make a difference if I say it's for white people, and I end up going out there and centering Jews and centering blacks and all of this, if I say it's, then that's all that really matters. Wrong. Take a look at the paragraphs about the Holodomor, and you'll see how it's antithetical. It's absolutely antithetical, as if generations of evidence and the outcomes of those strategies wasn't able to teach it to you. You'll be able to see it very clearly as I go through those 2 paragraphs. What's the subject? What's the object? Well, the subject here is a dud called Chud. And do you know about Chud the Dud? Chud the Builder, he called himself. His real name is Dalton Etherly. He's 28 years old. Do you all know who this is? Is anybody chatting? Remember to tag me as No White Guilt. @ No White Guilt. There's Joe. Every word we write and say needs to be chosen like our lives depend on it, because they do. 100%, brother. Stumbling is in the house. Great to see you, Stumbling. Who else is here? Shining White Light. I like that name. The nameless one. Shannon Oliver has joined us in the house of Swash. For White Well-Being is here. Great to see you. Great to see you. Eagle Heart. Yes. Basque is here. Did you all hear about this? This Chud the Dud, Chud Cartman, as the thumbnail demonstrates. Chud the Cartman. Chud Cartman is in all of the news, and we're going to be talking about him right now. JK160 is with us. Good to see you. There's a lot to learn and take away from this episode. So many times we're just repeat learning the same things about the internet, about the sewer that is the internet, about the sewer that X and so many other platforms have become. BBQs is here. Good to see you. Westman is here. Logan Dawes is here. Good to see you, champions. Hello. Wing It Productions is in the house. Wonderful to see you. It is 90 degrees, almost 90 degrees in the once great state of Virginia today. That's Fahrenheit, of course. And but we're surviving. Samuski is here. Great to see so many champions. First Last is in the house of Swash. One Azimuth Clark is in the house of Swash. Winged Hammer. That's a pretty damn cool name. Good to see you. Dan is with us. Deep Web is here. Hello. Celine, she says, yes, she does. Hello. She's heard about it. Odin Saya. Awesome name. Good to see you, brother. Well. Talk about a repeat of what we continue to see again and again and again. Created for Your Lies is here tagging me. He says he thinks that Joshua might be receptive to swashing. Joshua is that car, but he doesn't have a YouTube channel to swash on him. Joshua Carr, thank you for letting us know about that. Good brother. Land of the Fake, and thank you to all of you letting me know that the audio was not coming through. Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay was one of those. Thank you so much. Getting to me quickly with the tech issue. As you know, unlike so many of the others, There isn't a team here helping to run the show. You know, we've got wonderful people we celebrate every single week, of course. The Biospirit of the West and the great Franklin Hator and others stepping up to help bring the Church of the West to you, these gatherings every single week. Deeply grateful. But you know what I mean. All of these other content creators have teams and agents, and they use the verbiage of Hollywood. What's going on there? Well, here we have a guy, Dalton Etherly, who started his life as a young man, obese by his own words. Said he was obese and knock-kneed. And he started producing workout content, and he was on Kick, and he was on a couple other, what were the other platforms that I read? Of course, he ends up on Twitter. He was on a Instagram, on Pump. Never even heard of that. I guess this is where you go when you have objectionable thoughts, maybe. So he was obese and knock-kneed, he said of himself. So he started producing content about working out. And he was, for a living, he was a handyman. Now, when I first read about that, he was a handyman, I thought to myself, this is awful. That he, as a young man, you know, if he wants to get into construction work in the West, he should be able to get into construction. As a young man, he should be able to find a good job with health insurance, with benefits that our unions have fought for, that now are providing all of those benefits to all of these non-whites that have poured into the country. And the unions have completely capitulated to, doing everything they can for them, rather than shows you the farce that unions have become as a consequence of what? The social morality and Western civilization. So they've capitulated. Their purpose and all the hard work it took to build unions, to fight against the laissez-faire, rapacious cupidity of businessmen, and to claw out a decent living, those entities absolutely succumbed to the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. You cannot rely on them to benefit us. He should have been able to go in there, get in the union, get a secure job, get benefits, be protected, have health insurance, have vacations. And then as he is working in the construction fields, he's building tenure, he's learning skills, he's climbing the ladder. This is what should have happened for Dalton. This is the life he should have had. He is one of millions upon millions of white men who could have had good, solid, secure livings. They could have been honorable, lawful, tax-paying, community-building, family-building members of our people. But he couldn't do that because of anti-whiteism. He was poisoned by the time, like all of us, by the time he reached adulthood, and he had to figure out, how am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to make a living? How am I going to get by? Poisoned by anti-whiteism, suffering white noir, completely infected with mean pathogens. And we're going to talk about him in relation to this little white boy that we're going to show you the video of in a moment. Coming up right after we talk about Chud the Dud, because resentment was born in him. Deep resentment. He was severed from his people. He was severed from his culture. He was severed from, he lives in Tennessee, Nashville area, severed from the Southern culture. Severed from the identity as a Southerner, as an American, as a Westman, and he built resentment for the world. So that's where Dalton Etherly enters adulthood. Obese. He can't do anything about the knock-kneed. But he made workout content and dropped the weight, which is awesome. Going in a healthy direction. Fantastic. working as a handyman. This is the kind of thing that maybe, you know, if you're going to become a handyman, you have the skills. You don't have all of the things I just mentioned when working for an employer, but maybe he could have started his own handyman business. Maybe he could have ended up hiring other handymen. Maybe he could have been the businessman, but really, could he? Because he wouldn't get any business grants. The government wouldn't step up and say, we'll take care of your accounting for you. That's burdensome. We'll take care of all of these legal aspects of being a small business owner. And you missed this filing and that filing, and you didn't do this right on your pay. Well, it's okay, because we understand that as a small business owner, you have an infinite number of things to do. No, that's only the way they treat everybody but white males. No, if Dalton wanted to start a company of handymen, maybe handy Westmen, if he wanted to start such a company, he'd have to do it against all the odds, wouldn't he? He'd have to compete. Not only would he have to do all of the paperwork, all of the et cetera himself, not only would he have to find all the money himself, not only would he have to maybe find investors and maybe take out burdensome, onerous loans that were going to have rapacious payback rates and so much more. He'd have to take all that on. He'd have to take all of that on and all of that time while he competed with non-white and female owned and operated handyman businesses that didn't have to pay for any of that. No loans to have to pay back. Personal improvement grants, personal improvement loans that are forgiven. Every handout and every benefit that you can imagine from the state, so that Republican cucks of the Mitt Romney variety that are being ran out of the federal government and state governments as a consequence of Donald Trump and his administration would step forward and say, look at what great Americans this woman is. And this Turk who showed up 2 minutes ago started a business of handymen, and he already has 7 locations and 100 people working for him. That's the American. He's already driving a Bentley. That's the American dream. While the Dalton Etherleys out there are living in a fucking shack, trying to get by, trying to post online that, hey, I do handyman work and I'll do it for nothing because I have no health insurance. I can't get benefits. I can't get, and you know, he didn't have insurance for being hurt on people's property. He didn't have the business insurance. He didn't have all of this. And so people are going to say, why would I hire you? People look for that sort of thing. If you get injured on my property, if you get injured while you're working, if you get injured, you need to have insurance. If you decide to run off and not finish the job, you need to have insurance so that I can come after you. How's he going to pay for that? The Dalton Etherleys out there. How are they going to pay? So look at where Dalton Etherley is starting his life. All of the Dalton Etherleys out there. He ain't going to school. We just got done talking to you about Amherst. Doors wide open to non-whites and women because they're persecuting white males. What did I tell you about Amherst? Financial help, academic help, professional help, contacts, help with contacts in business to get yourselves, your business that you want to create, the work that you're trying to do, the profession you're trying to get in, whether blue or white collar. The Dalton Etherleys are kept out everywhere you look. What do you think they're going to end up doing with their lives? They are infinitely more likely, as a consequence, to end up going down destructive roads. So he finds it hard. He finds it hard to get enough work as a handyman. And he gets seduced online because he just resents. He resents everything in the world. And obviously, to a degree, why shouldn't he? He resents the blacks and the Hispanics because they're getting, and the Arabs are getting all the jobs. He resents women because they're going into the schools. They've been empowered to be the leadership everywhere you look. In the family, most painfully for the white race. He resents the peoplehood of the Jews. They're always coming to help each other. They're always coming to empower each other. He's got no one. He's got no people. He's suffering with these ideas about the world that are born out of the anti-white narrative. How many times did the Dalton Etherleys grow up saying, I hate being white? Like so many of these videos I've watched and you have watched. And we've shed a tear over because we are good white people. That these painful moments live with us because we are good men and women of the West. How many times did he say he hates being white? How many times in his heart, in his silence, did the Dalton Etherleys of the world say, I wish I were this non-white group or that non-white group? How many times? And then to come to adulthood and have to assume the role of being your own provider. Well, there are voices out there. There are voices out there that tell you how to fight back. And before the internet was robust enough for this, it was all anti-white, anti-non-white, organizational, and thought leaders. And then that transitioned. Those people remained but diminished, and they continue to diminish because by way of the internet, you have the new creation, the taboo grifter, who will take taboo takes on everything imaginable, even when their taboo takes are contradictory from one day, 1 week, 1 month to the next. And they'll speak to the Dalton Etherleys of the world, and they'll seduce them like a drug addict. They'll seduce them. Your life sucks because this. Your life sucks because that. Hate this. Hate that. Blame them. Blame that. Nothing you can do in your life. Sit in a hatred of resentment for these other groups. Give this allegiance to the taboo grifters. Give your money to the taboo grifters. He was seduced by Fuentes' America First. The groypers are his primary audience. He has, in countless posts, referred to himself as America First and groyper. He is a creation of Nick Fuentes. Another ruined life because of the taboo grifter, bubble boy, dickless, I'm a Mexican Fuentes, who just recently threw him to the woods, threw him to the fire when asked about one of his followers. Once again, Fuentes just not a kind word for the Dalton Etherleys of the world that follow him. Not a kind word for where he led him. Never forget that a Frenchman gave Bubble Boy $600,000 or $500,000 and then killed himself because of the message that Fuentes, the taboo takes that Fuentes was giving. So he gets seduced. And his content shifted from working out, losing weight, and to hating Jews and blacks, and in particular blacks. And it all started, really got kicked off for him when he made a video in, I think it was a Walmart, and there was a black woman yelling about something, and he decided to start streaming and referring to her as a monkey and a chimp and everything. And he's not a small guy, and he's carrying a firearm when he does this. So it's not bravery whatsoever. And the likes and the following from the disingenuous, the defective, the resenting white race, the resenting losers of the white race poured in, dollars poured in. They wanted nothing more in their sickness than to see this guy destroy himself. More of this they demanded from Dalton Etherley. More confronting blacks, holding a gun and calling them N-er, and well, you've got to have a reason, don't you? You got to have a noble sounding reason for it to be really truly groyping and America First. You've got to have a real noble. So what is it? What is the inevitable? What is the go-to for these losers? It's First Amendment. I'm exercising the First Amendment. I'm allowed to do this. Well, we can talk about whether or not it's First Amendment, or if this, just like we see in so many anti-Jew endeavors or anti-Black endeavors, they claim it's for white people, but we showed you on Wednesday how it has nothing to do with white people. Is it just another claim to dress up what he's doing in something that looks better than the degeneracy that it is? A 5-year-old can say enter. Before the internet, a generation ago, every single white grandmother said enter. There is nothing special about it. These are just resentful white losers who want to get a kick. They want to live vicariously. They want to have a snicker, and they don't care what happens to the guy who's ruining his life. And worse yet, they don't care about all of the white people that they are leading into that behavior with the claim that this is somehow the way you're supposed to behave, to put an end to our victimization, to address our victimization, to be in charge of our societies. It's the exact opposite. It is the fentanyl to the fentanyl addict that is one pill away from death. That's what it is. So, Dalton continues making this rage bait and is slowly getting more and more outrageous. His follower count skyrocketing on all of these different platforms. He gets thrown off of Kick, I believe, because of the outrageous things that he's saying and doing. How is he allowed anywhere? I guess Pump or whatever it is the real place for that. Maybe there are some others that he's on. Gets more and more outrageous. People online, these losers, these resentful losers, talking about how brave he is, showing up where there are a couple of blacks here, a couple of blacks there, that, by the way, are always, from the videos I saw, smaller than Chud the Dud. Because that's where Dalton Etherly went from an injured white man, young man, a horribly injured by anti-whiteism young white man, to an anti-white by the name of Chud the Dud. And yes, if you are anti-non-white, then you are a traitor to our people, because you're not arguing, and therefore anti-white, because you're not arguing that, oh, you're just doing this because you like being disgusting. You like shocking blacks. No, you claim that you're doing this for something great. Free speech, for the white race, America first. So that is when Dalton Etherly loses all of my sympathy, because that's when he becomes Chud the Dud, anti-white loser, poison to the white race. And he goes up to these blacks that always seem to be smaller than him, and then calls them enter, calls them chimp, calls them monkey, lets them know he has a firearm, so that if they decide to respond, then he'll just kill them. That's not bravery. But all his followers, his Twitter account went from nothing to over 200,000, because that's what they do on Twitter X. They boost anti-non-white garbage, and they deboost, they diminish white positivity. They refer to it as white identity. They deboost white positivity. Why? Because that's an actual threat to the anti-white system. That's why. So they're pushing this. His accounts skyrocket. Instagram accounts, Facebook skyrocket in followership, and obviously on these other platforms that he's on, Discord as well, skyrocket. He's being shared everywhere as well by these resentful losers, and his rage baiting just gets more and more wild by the day. He ends up saying season finale in one of his posts is a, quote, dead chimp, close quote, casting himself as the central character in this arc. Totally blind. This guy, talk about blinkered. He wasn't just blinkered. His eyes were ripped out of his head for the enjoyment of garbage. How many times have we seen this? Do you remember a young man that stupidly went to where a riot was taking place, decided he was going to bring a rifle, decided he was going to stand in a parking lot, a car dealership's parking lot, to protect the cars from the rioters? Life ended up getting ruined, just like I said. And we've gone back and I showed you exactly where he's complaining about the things I said would happen to him as a consequence. And all over the internet, everybody wanted to celebrate. Everybody wanted to say how much of a champion he is and how this should happen more and more young white guys. And then when the truth comes out that his life is ruined, that the money is being sued away, that he has to spend it on endless protective services and on, and what he suffered in jail, exactly as I said, then the garbage who supposedly represent the white race starts saying, well, you know what? He's not fully white. He's not fully white, so we don't care about him anymore. Exact same treatment of Dalton Etherly. So just this past week, on this past Friday or Friday or Saturday, he decides, as he's upping the ante, he's going to go to a steakhouse in Nashville. He's going to eat like a king while he streams and cusses and is objectionable. And the staff comes over and says, hey, buddy, you are a disruption. Pay your bill and get the hell out. We don't want you streaming. And he says, no, for my audience, I'm bringing in all this money. I'm going to stay. They have to call the police. He refuses to pay. $400 tab almost. The police come, arrest him. He posts a $5,000 bond. He's out of jail. He then has to go to court this past Wednesday. Not for that, of course. That court date is still yet to come. As he continues on this trajectory of ruining his life, that court date is yet to come. No, he's at court because he is being sued by a debt collector for like $3,500 that he owes on some credit cards. He shows up to court. He goes into court. He comes out of court. Why doesn't he just leave? Why doesn't he just ignore the black guys that are out there like Joshua Fox, 31 years of age, rap sheet, who looks to me to be about the same size, maybe a little bit slimmer than Chud the Dud, who's 28 years of age. Why doesn't Chud the Dud just walk away? Because he's on his suicide arc. So when they start talking their garbage, Chud, of course, decides to engage them because he's armed. Because he's armed. No ounce of bravery. And the clown who was in the live chat saying, at least Chud is doing something. You're just a brain dead imbecile. We have saved 14 people from suicide. So go to hell. Get lost. At least he's doing something. Find a roof and test your balance while you're severely drunk. Get lost. So this loser, Chud the Dud, decides to engage these people, and Joshua Fox says, "You're not gonna say that chimp." So they obviously knew who he was. It seems they could recognize him. Maybe they showed up because they knew he was going to be at court. I doubt it, though. I mean, it's not like those kind of people who are going to be out there looking to physically assault on their way out of a courthouse are the kind of people who are really going to be able to read the cases coming up. Maybe somebody helped them. But Joshua Fox decided that he was going to beat the shit out of Chud the Dud. Chud Cartman, which is what he is. He's a joke. He's an absolute joke. He has made himself a joke, a loser. And he was getting his ass kicked by Joshua Fox. So instead of just fighting Joshua Fox, he decided, and now I have been sucker punched. I've been in a lot of street fights, regrettably. I've been sucker punched. I've had teeth knocked out. I've had giant lacerations on my face from fights. I've rolled around on the pavement. So don't tell me you don't know how it is. So granted, he was sucker punched, but instead of throwing down with Joshua Fox, Chud Cartman, the loser, decided he was going to kill him, that he was going to shoot him to death. So he immediately pulls out his firearm and starts shooting. Shoots Fox in the stomach and in the shoulder, which requires Fox to have to be airlifted and taken to a hospital to save his life. In the process of shooting, Fox also shoots himself in the arm. Fortunately for Chud Cartman, he just grazed himself. It wasn't worse. He didn't blow his arm apart. He just grazed himself, but shoots himself in the arm. I mean, talk about, this is almost as bad as the proprietarian cult leader Doolittle pissing himself when the two emaciated blacks walked up to him and asked, "Can we say a few things on your megaphone?" It's almost that dumb. I mean, how do you turn your back to a bunch of blacks that are cussing you? How do you turn your back on them unless you're wanting them to assault you so that you could shoot them? Oh, did you not know? He was streaming at the time. In fact, he streamed even while he was on the gurney being loaded into the ambulance. It's all a show for him. This is what America First, Groypers, anti-Jew, anti-black, anti-non-white schmuckery has done to him. This is what they've made of him. So how do you turn your back? You're a supposed tough guy. You're walking the streets. You're instigating blacks by calling them these slurs. And then you're going to turn your back on them? Not very bright. I don't think he's been accused of being bright, but that's really dumb. Turns his back on them, gets punched, and then instead of throwing hands, instead of fighting back with a guy that appears to be about the same size, but maybe thinner, maybe more slightly built, he decides to immediately pull out the gun and use deadly force. Here's the problem. You can't use deadly force where your life or severe injury is not likely. You cannot use, Tennessee is a stand your ground state, but you cannot shoot someone to death if you instigate. You can stand your ground if someone comes after you, but you cannot shoot them to get to death and use the excuse of standing your ground if you instigate. That invalidates stand your ground. You cannot use lethal force when lethal force is not being used on you, not even in Tennessee. So that's a big problem. You know, he walked around all the time. I could defend myself. You come after me, I can shoot you to death. Wrong understanding of the law. The other aspect of this is that he went around like a true coward with a firearm, conceal carry that he's going to lose now for his life. He'll never be able to legally conceal carry again. If he's found with a firearm ever again, he's in deep shit. This is life-ruining stuff. The big argument was, well, this is for America First, freedom of speech. Dumbass. Freedom of speech protects you from the government abridging your speech. It does not protect you from citizens kicking the shit out of you. It does not protect you from people taking offense and attacking you, beating you, wiping the concrete with your fat ass. Free speech does not give you the right to insult, and then citizens cannot assault. Assault is against the law. Oh, yeah. If they're caught and they're arrested for assault, they can be tried for that. Oh, yeah. But free speech doesn't stop them from doing it. It's not an action of free speech. Do you see how these garbage attempt to clothe themselves in something noble and heroic to carry out their fetid, wet dreams? There's nothing noble about this. His life is a warning to the white race and all young white men, middle-aged white men, old white men. His life is a warning. Do not go down that path. There is nothing good for you there. There is nothing good for our race. And it doesn't matter how you try to clothe it in free speech or Second Amendment or America First or whatever else. At the end of the day, Chud the Dud, when he was still Dalton Etherly, became his idol, Nick Fuentes, and so many of the others, and thereby became a taboo grifter himself. He was loaded up on the stretcher, taken away, and immediately the prosecutors, through the entire book, through the whole courthouse, through the state house, Adam. You know, I got to say this, though. For this nonsense about free speech, in the Southland, you were challenged to duels to the death by gun, sword, knife, physical combat for far less than all the racial slurs that he was throwing around. So walking around with a firearm, hurling expletives at people so that you can't be challenged to a duel to the death is the most cowardly, yellow belly garbage imaginable. This is the exact kind of thing that would come out of the anon internet circles of resentment losers. Real men in the South, if they insulted people with far less, knew that they would be challenged on the spot to a fair fight in which they could die. Chud Cartman didn't want a fair fight in which he could die. He wanted to make himself a bunch of money playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. So the DA decides to throw the book in courthouse at him. Why? Because this is a villain from the anti-white narrative. Because that decision is informed by the anti-white narrative in which we live, which is the real world. It's the real lived existence by every single person. That informs it. The threat of the city being burnt down by anti-whites, not just blacks, anti-whites in general, informs that decision. So he throws what does it mean? Maybe it means that since he threw everything at him, that very little will stick. Maybe he overcharged. He didn't overcharge so that Chud the Dud could walk, though. This is the place where you will find yourself, white men. If you decide to play the villain in the anti-white narrative, just know that the prosecuting attorneys out there, the DAs, are going to look at you living their lives through the anti-white narrative, knowing that the population too is living its life in the anti-white narrative. And it's from that basis, with the social morality of anti-whiteism, that they will decide whether or not you die in prison or not. I want you to go free. I want you to have I don't want you to be arrested. I want you to have a magnificent life, to be resplendent, to grow a family, to be effective for the well-being of our people. Don't walk down that path. Live streamer known for posting racist content faces attempted murder charge after shooting outside courthouse. There he is on the gurney. Live streamer known for posting controversial videos, using racial slurs toward black people, etc. I just told you everything going on. Here's the video at the tail end of the shooting. You can't see anybody being shot, but you do see Fox lying on the ground after being shot. That might actually be Chud being arrested. And here is when he walked into the courtroom to hear about his bail. Based on all of his streaming content, based on the arrest the previous Friday, the judge decided you're not going anywhere. Live streamer known for racist content faces attempted murder charge with bond set at $1.25 million. When they read I just want you to know, when they read, you can watch the video yourself, the bond, he closed his eyes in deep anguish, fear, regret. None of these losers online care. To prove to you that they don't care, they are financing once again this behavior. Numerous GoFundMes and various financial support campaigns have been started. And one of them is over $250,000. $250,000. I wonder what that would do for white well-being, that kind of money. I wonder what we could do for the white little boy that we're going to look at next. I wonder what we could do to prevent the Henry Nowaks that we're going to take a look at as well. I wonder what we could do. The internet is full of sickness. You remember the guy who started the GoFundMe for the Queen of the Enners and raised her nearly $1 million. That same guy started a campaign for a white woman who is trending toward the end of her career as a bus driver, that she's been driving buses her whole life. She posted a sign on the bus that said, "You will not speak Spanish on my bus because I'm responsible for the students. I need to know what's being said." She was immediately fired for that. The interview of this poor white woman who loved more than anything her job as a bus driver in this little town, tears in her eyes, that raised several $1,000s from the exact same community. Do they care about white people? Fucking no. They pay for the giggles that they get out of their resentment, for the slanders that they can't give because they're such feckless, dickless, limp dick losers in their mother's basements. They want to live vicariously. They want to be able to go out in the world, and instead of being a small little loser of a white boy, because they never become men, instead of being this loser white boy scuttling from one spot to the next, they want to imagine themselves as being able to walk up to a group of blacks and saying, "Hey, you bunch of Enners, I've come to town." That they'll put money to. And as a consequence, there'll be more of this. There'll be more content creators who will see the dollar signs, more white guys who see that their lives are ruined by anti-whiteism. And instead of choosing the constructive path, they will choose the destructive path. I have no sympathy for this clown. Zero. Absolute zero. I had sympathy for Dalton Etherly before he transformed into Chud Cartman, the loser, anti-white, traitor to the white race. I have no sympathy for him. I have no sympathy and no allegiance and no common cause for anyone who's donating money. For anyone. These motherfuckers dump big dollars into shit like this, and they can sit here and watch the victories and the testimonials we have in this community. People standing up to police departments, to Canadian courts, to unions, to international media platforms and winning. People standing up in all of their lives and winning, and they don't have a dollar for that. But when some chump ass loser white pig decides he's going to go out in the most cowardly way, insult people while he brandishes a firearm, they're willing to give money to that. Fuck you. We don't have common cause. You don't care about the white race. You are a traitor. That's the bottom line. You are a traitor to the white race. And that's how I'm going to see you forevermore. Chud Cartman, a traitor to the white race. No sympathy whatsoever. And nothing I say is going to change whether he's hammered or not, whether he gets prison for 50 years. All of this talk about, well, this black guy can do X and he gets probation, and the Hispanic guy can do it and he gets probation. No shit. We live in an anti-white world. You're going to be doing that all the way up to the point where cognitively the Alzheimer's won't allow you to do it anymore. And then you'll die as some black woman is wiping your white ass every day in the old folks' home. Well, the black guy gets to do it, but wait, what was the other thing? Oh, there's a bird. That's going to be your final thoughts. Traitors to the white race. I don't think there's any more to say about this guy. Let me know what you all are saying. Mansumik is with us. Good to see you. Just wanted to say hi. Lately, I've been busy off and on. Can't always make it at the start, but usually here in replays. You're doing a great job, Jason, as usual. Thank you, Mansumik. Big salutes to you. Professor Crap is here. Hello and welcome. Oh, no video on the screen. There really wasn't anything to see. Could you hear it? They put him on the ground. And that's why I thought it was, at first I thought it was Fox. Why is it not showing? It's on this screen. Celine says she has zero empathy for Chud. Same here. I'll take it down and put it back up. Do you see it yet? If you can see it.
Holy shit. They're out here. Somebody got shot. Yeah.
So that's it. If y'all can't see it, it doesn't really matter. There's nothing there. And you can find it everywhere. APK is here. Hello and welcome. Hacksaw, hello and welcome. I'll open it up on another. And we'll move on to the really harmful, the really painful. Tell me if you can see that. Robots is here. Hello and welcome. Roger is here. Hello and welcome. Trevor Blue. Hello and welcome. The power of anti-whiteism is to send every white person down a dark, destructive path that makes them the villain in the anti-white narrative, a path that seems inescapable without go free. Exactly, brother. All right, Rapunzel says she could see it on the screen. Juliet is here. Juliet says, I've heard of Chud, by the way. Chud's a fave term Antifa calls non-Antifa types. Very bad idea, instigating blacks, calling them ends to their faces, then threatening them with a gun. This is a FAFO, precisely. Samuski says, never heard of the Chud dude before. This made the news. But he's annoying and anti-non-white. It's obvious he had an interest in engaging, provoking non-whites. Windhammer is here. Cool name. Who turns their back on a bunch of blacks cussing them? He's doing something, Jay. He's my rightful leader. He's my rightful leader. I follow him. He's smart. He's doing something. I mean, he actually gets out with a gun, stands in front of a bunch of blacks that are smaller than him, who are not even paying attention to him. Then he tells them that they're inners. I mean, that's like the most powerful thing somebody can do. Says the guy with type 2's diabetes at 17. Lambda says, didn't hear about the Chud guy until recently. And know very little until you're mentioning him. Well, good that he's not reaching healthy white people. But they've been pushing him like there's no tomorrow. And could you imagine a clear, open and closed book? If I were arrested for white positivity, if after Donald Trump and his regime, some anti-white gets into the White House, some anti-white Democrat gets into the White House, and they decide this white positivity stuff is too much of a threat. So they're changing the language across Western civilization about the way white people discuss their victimization. So we're going to go ahead and arrest and try Jason for sedition. No fair, lose all his rights when he's tried for sedition. We're going to go ahead and try him for sedition. There wouldn't be a penny raised. That tells you everything you need to know about these folks. Every single thing you need to know. You do all this good for white people over 3 decades of activism, and no one would show up. You are transformed into a piece of shit, traitor to our race, and you throw around the word enter, and the money pours in. Absolutely sickening. It's going to come right down to the reality that just like the Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC, was financing anti-non-white activism organizations and individuals, there's going to be money coming from anti-whites to every one of this garbage so that they look out at the world and see, that's how I can make a bunch of money. That's how I can advocate for white people. If I become white positive, it's all on me. I have to choose the struggle. I have to embrace the struggle. But all I actually have to do is go out there and say N or K or S or any of the other racial slurs. And the money will pour in. Probably from anti-whites who want you all behaving in a harmful way to the reclamation of our destiny. So let's take a look at this. You all can see it. Let's hear from this little white boy who is representative and I'm going to share some notes with you that I wrote down about this, who is representative of all white children across planet Earth. All of them. All of them. They are saying this to their parents. This injury goes to the absolute center of their soul. There's no healing from this. There is only treating it through life. No healing from this, only treating it through life. Understand that. They're saying it to their parents. They're saying it to themselves 1,000 times over. Every white child has done it. Let's hear what he had to say to his mother, who decided that she was going to laugh it off, as every one of these videos do. They laugh it off because they don't know how to respond to such a deep injury in the being, in the soul of their children. Every single time. So you get a tiny window in these extraordinarily rare scenarios where parents like, I think I'll post this. I think I will post my child's deepest injury imaginable, and even videoing myself laughing about it. That's going to happen 1 out of every 100 million times. You realize that, right? Let's hear from this beautiful young man, this beautiful little boy.
This is white people hair.
What is that?
It means that this hair is white.
You are white.
I'm not.
Do you see the anguish on his face when she says you are a white person? What has he been taught? What has he learned from entertainment about white people? How has he so come to hate white people so deeply that when he's told he's white, there is anguish writ on his face that is undying? My God. And you want to support Chud Cartman, the dud? And this is happening? Okay, you all know what you need to do with yourselves. You know what you need to do with yourselves. You need to kill your speed as soon as possible. Look at the anguish. Watch the anguish on this child's face.
Oh, wait.
Look at that.
I'm not supposed to be white. We're supposed to be black and we're black.
And there she laughs. I'm not supposed to be white. He says, I'm supposed to be black. Translation is he wants to be black. He wants to be non-white. He doesn't want to be the villain in society, in the anti-white narrative. He doesn't want to be always at fault. He doesn't want a lifetime of apologizing, of making amends. He wants to be one of the good people. What have I told you about white kids? They have an innate desire to do what is right, to be what is right. If you're teaching them, and that's why all these kids turn away from their white parents. If you're teaching them, no, the thing you got to do is you got to go out and call them enter. They're going to say, fuck you, mom and dad. And then the parents are going to say, well, you know what? Kids just don't get it these days. Kids just don't get it. They don't understand these days. You know, they're all a bunch of liberal. It's what they are. They're a bunch of liberal. They come home spewing that liberal garbage. You know, I half a mind to throw him out of my house. Oh, he's 12. So I'm a half a mind to throw him out of my house. That's the white race you have now. Traitorous scum. Losers. I'm going to tell you what's hard. I'm going to tell you how ugly it is. I'm going to tell you how hard it's going to be. No, you tell white children that we have to do what's moral, that we have to do what's right. And what's right is to put an end to our victimization. What is right is to stand up against anti-whiteism. What is right is to inoculate our children. So when he goes to school and watches the entertainment, watches the cartoons, watches the movies, that all these white parents are plopping him in front of, and he sees the garbage that led him to think this. You're white. Deep injury. When he sees that garbage that makes him feel this way about himself, he says, I see the anti-whiteism. I see what they're trying to do to me. And then he runs back to mom. Mom, I saw anti-whiteism in the cartoon. I'm not going to be white guilted. I'm not going to feel like I need to be different than my birth, like I need to be some other essence, some other race. What does this do? And if you say, well, Jason's really passionate about it, you fucking losers that will complain about me being passionate are the same fucking garbage that'll show black and white footage of some guy on some other continent shouting into a microphone and say, that's what we need. We need that kind of fire. But when Jason does it, it's, boy, this guy's unhinged. No, doing this to white children should make you this angry. Righteous indignation. Anger in defense of this is always moral. Fanaticism in defense of this is always moral. If you don't feel it, if you don't feel like you need to change the world with the tools that work, then you are defective. You need a therapist. So let me just get into this. Let's talk about the ramifications. Some notes I wrote, because maybe you don't think about it as often. What is lost here in the hundreds of millions of white children around the planet that are seeing the same entertainment and being taught the same things? Their human dignity is lost. Their human dignity. Don't fucking talk about, I'm genocide. He has been stripped of his human dignity. You could talk about what's happened to him, this solitary white child, for the rest of your life, about the injuries that have been inflicted on him, an innocent, without ever talking again about something that might happen in the future that is just going to remind your audience about everything they've learned in the anti-white narrative about what white people did to non-whites. So we got another piece of traitorous garbage in the audience right now. I'm told you're not going to have any success here because we are the actual champions of Western civilization. We are the ones making change. We are the ones that have changed the way the victimization of Western kind is discussed in multiple languages of Western kind. We are the ones who have achieved this and so much more. We are the fighters. You are an anon pussy. That's all you are. With your family tree shaped just like a wreath. That's what you are. We recognize these traitors. It's always the same. White traitors. It's always the same thing with them. They show up and they're like, he's a Jew, he's CIA, he's a cop, he's a cuck, he's a pussy, et cetera, et cetera. We know it all. You are a traitor to our race. You are the one that's in our way. Not Jews, not blacks, not Hispanics, not Arabs, not mestizos, not et cetera. You. We have a white anti-white problem. And you are it. The moment we take care of you garbage, we'll be that much further down the line of reclaiming our destiny. Human dignity, the human dignity of this little boy is stripped of him. Every child, regardless of ancestry, deserves to develop a secure sense of self-rooted in their peoplehood, in their heritage, rather than shame. What group has shame been engendered in? There's only one. Can we not talk about this at the PTA meetings? Can we not say white race, that this is happening to our white child, our white children, conservatives out there? How much longer will you let this go on? Being a coward, not being able to stand up for our people. Teaching any group of people, white, black, Asian, Jew, whatever it is, to hate their people violates the principles, numerous principles, that individuals are not collectively responsible for any historical or contemporary events or statistical averages or the behavior of their ancestors, true and false. How else is this white child harmed? Psychological damage. This is the deepest form of psychological damage that you could ever imagine. Hating your own being, that which you can never escape. Psychological damage includes self-hatred. And in psychology, self-hatred correlates with higher rates of depression, anxiety, identity confusion, these are facts, and self-destructive behaviors. Wonder why the Dalton Etherleys, as children, end up white flighting into self-destructive behaviors. That then the Dalton Etherleys become Chud Cartmans in his entourage, in his audience, come and attack those who don't celebrate him. Developmental psychology shows secure identity, peoplehood, ethnic and cultural, supports resilience. These are facts. While enforced white guilt undermines it. This applies equally to all races. Pathologizing white identity and pride in our people, but specifically white identity. What is he fleeing from? His white identity. Specifically creates the same internal conflict observed in other forms of targeted identity. Targeted identity rejection that are claimed by anti-whites. So anti-whites will make the arguments, for example, that this person over here thinks that they are a different sex than they are, and that causes all of this trauma, a targeted identity rejection. The entire white race has suffered, everyone alive, from targeted identity rejection. These are known principles in psychology. What else does it do to this little white boy and all of the rest? It erodes individual agency. Children taught to view their race as inherently oppressive or evil learn to see themselves as tainted by their birth. Tainted by their birth. This discourages personal responsibility, the kind of personal responsibility that you see absent in the Chud Cartmans that show up in the live chat right now. Individual agency discourages personal responsibility, discourages merit and achievement in favor of perpetual atonement. This is on one side, contradicting evidence that agency and future orientation predict life outcomes more than out-group narratives. And on the other side, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. Was Chud Cartman demonstrating personal agency by playing the villain? No, he embraced a role prepared for him. He was their bitch. Personal agency, personal responsibility are destroyed in the white youth as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Are you seeing what I'm giving you? All of the traits that make the white race successful, strong, all of those foundational traits are robbed of them as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Teaching white children to hate themselves fosters, now get this, according to psychology, fosters division and resentment. Did we talk about resentment earlier? Did we talk about how resentment plays a role? For all these taboo grifters and their taboo takes, and how they're able to give these taboo takes to build audiences off of resentment. Like the great Franklin pointed out on the phone with me, that's all these spaces, they're just resenting everything in the world. That's created by white guilting white children, the resentment in them. Promoting hatred toward one's own group breeds reciprocal hostility or apathy toward outgroups. I'm going to read it again. This is a psychological fact that we are taking and applying to the white guilting of white children. Promoting hatred toward one's own group breeds reciprocal hostility, i.e., playing the villain, or apathy toward the outgroups, conservatism. The other thing, of course, that it breeds is anti-whiteism in the white youth. Society's emphasizing collective racial guilt, framing one's race's history primarily through atrocity lenses, show increased polarization, not harmony. Everything that we see in the world around us, all of this garbage showing up, trying to slander us, slander you online, it was born out of these babies. It happened to them when they were that old. And they are so injured from it. Their agency, what should be courage in them, turned to cowardice, completely divested of everything good and noble and heroic. And then we see it in the world around us. The apathy, the villain role playing, whites becoming anti-white, feverishly desiring to destroy the white race and thereby destroy themselves. I'm not supposed to be white, mommy. I don't want to be white. How about when it comes to what it does to, I've talked about all these in so many different ways. When it comes to the psychological injury, the psychosis, the neuroses that it induces in white people, particularly white males, by way of a reality that we live and then what we have to pretend that is happening in the anti-white narrative. The reality we live is that Amherst, that Yale, that on and on and on, all the way down in the elementary schools, we're discriminated against and persecuted. We have to simultaneously pretend that the opposite is true. Everyone else is persecuted. Everyone else is divested. That everything comes easy to us. What does that do to the psychology? Coupled to that, what does the inconsistency of universal principles and universal ethics do to the psychology? These people show up to slander and malign. They sound crazy because they are. Inconsistent principles and ethics. If teaching that Black and Jewish and other non-white children, if they were taught to hate their people, it would be condemned as bigotry, as hatred. We've talked about this before. Every white person hearing about it would object to it. Applying these teachings to whites as a moral standard, then we're taught that there are these selective ethics and principles that are called universal, but don't apply to white people. We're taught to view individuals. We're told to view individuals by their particular characters, their particular behavior and actions. But when it comes to the white race, that's out the window. Inconsistent principles and ethics. What does that do to the psychology of white people? Selective application reveals anti-white ideological bias over principle. Every day, white kids are told, you have to view every single person on the basis of the individual. But you have to be measured by your collective. And the totality of your collective is evil. White guilting the youth distorts history and truth. All civilizations have records of conquest, slavery, innovation, altruism. Singling out whites for unique condemnation ignores parallel practices worldwide by every group of people. You have the Arab slave trade, Mongol conquest, African kingdoms and their participations in slavery, the American Indian tribes' campaigns of genocide against each other, on and on. And it overlooks all of our contributions as Western kind. No, when it comes to what white people have done, where it's still recognized, those are individuals, not you, little white boy. No, you just have to carry the burden and the debt and the white guilt for all of the evil that we say the white race has done. But you don't get any of the benefits. You don't get any of the glory or any of the gratitude for all that the white race has done for the world. What does that do to the psyche? How can this could be the only conversation ever broached in white sympathetic spheres, and it could never be talked about enough. Two more things here. It undermines family and culture. You ready? I'm going to read that again. I'm going to read it again. White guilting white children. You see the effect it's having on him. Undermines white families and white culture. We create Western culture. Each of our peoples have a slightly different hue. All of those slightly different hues of Western culture, and then that becomes Western civilization, is all clearly distinguishable from the other groups of man and their cultures and hues within those groups and the civilizations they create. No cosmic measuring stick, not one better, not one worse. Parents and heritage form a child's foundational identity. Actively teaching rejection of that severs continuity. These, again, are psychologically proven, understood truths, axiomatic in the field of psychology and sociology. Actively teaching rejection of that severs continuity, weakens social trust, and contributes to atomization. The radical individualism we see in the white race. The radical selfish individualism we see in the white race. An atomized people. Where does it come from? The white guilting of that little boy and the little girls that we've seen in exact same videos. That's where it comes from. That is where it comes from. Cultures that survive emphasize transmission of strengths alongside honest critiques. Never self-loathing. And finally, consequence of the white guilting of our children, like this little boy right here, are long-term societal costs. Are we not seeing long-term societal costs? Are we not seeing how difficult it is to bring these atomized, self-hating, villain role-playing, apathetic cucks and etc.? The challenge it is to bring them together for unity. Generations of whites raised with engineered shame show declining birth rates, weakened in-group solidarity, and vulnerability to external pressures. Flourishing societies cultivate pride in their achievements. Axiomatic, psychological, sociological proof. The core evil stems from applying collective racial guilt to innocence, which contradicts evidence-based psychology and consistent ethics. Balanced education teaches history's full complexity for all peoples, encouraging critical thinking over anti-whiteism. This is every white child, every single one. Some are going to hide it better than others. Some are not going to say it out loud, but they'll say it in their heart 10,000 times. They'll feel it. They'll know it. And then, just as we see so much all around us in the adult whites, they'll become a poison to the reclamation of our destiny and the recapture of our destiny. The recapture of our destiny, the arresting of our victimization. If you don't get in front of this victimization, if you can't protect white children, if you would rather put $250,000 in rapidly climbing to a degenerate cur, you're unfit for survival. We don't have common cause. You're a traitor. This deserves all of your love and attention and defense and energy. And the only way you can come to the defense of a white child, white children in general, is to become the best that you can be, advocate for white well-being, a leader in your community, have a stable footing that you can pay your bills and you can have health insurance. You can be the message by being honest and moral and a champion for Western kind. If you can't see this and it doesn't move you, get out of my sight. We're going to take a short break and we're going to listen to Andrei Moissejev's new piece, beautiful piece, entitled Biospirit. And then we will be right back. We have so much more. We got the news of Henry Nowak. We got our victories and more celebrations, the lesson of the day, your comments and questions. You don't want to miss it.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Let's hear it for Andrei Moissejev. You can hear the rest of that at his YouTube channel, and you will find that in the description below in that block of links on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to our colossal victories this week. And there's where we begin. We dance because we can hear the music. Let's give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Swashing on Alu Raza writes, 8,361 exposed in that audience by the great Anglo-Saxon NWG. White erasure is anti-white. This isn't Western norms. Magnificently written. Quadruple 07s. Big applause. Let this gentleman know how much you love him. Let's keep it going. We got to roll. Cool Papa J Magic swashing on Dapper Dev. You want to know why Dapper Dev is saying anything white positive? It's because of our champions like Cool Papa J Magic. Beautifully done. Make sure you read. Give it up for the great Cool Papa J Magic. 500 almost empowered by that post by itself. Another 500 empowered by this post on Lotus Eaters by the great Cool Papa J Magic. Quadruple 07s. Let's hear it for the champion. You know this guy can't be stopped. Cool Papa J Magic back again. Another 200 and climbing. Swashing on Matt Walsh. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic of the House of Swash. Keep it going. Oh, we got that coming up as a consequence of our swashers like Cool Papa J Magic. This is how we change the world. Literally, A to B to C. Got this coming up. Got this coming up. Got that coming up. Got that coming up. Wonder how it's happening. Let's hear it for Maverins, ladies and gentlemen. Quadruple 07s, everybody on their feet. Maverin is in a conversation here with a mayoral candidate. And Maverin is pointing out, we believe anti-whiteism is a unique subversive evil that needs to be handled in a particular way. I invite you to watch Jason's live stream on Wednesday and Sunday nights. We'd love to have you as a viewer. Godspeed. And this mayoral candidate wrote back, I like it. And folks, we got people watching that matter. That's what counts. And give it up for Maverin of the House of Swash, champion hero. Big salutes. We got this coming up. Check this out. This is In the Wild, found by the great Baron White. Take a look at this. Oh, it seems to be a meme that we share. Our memes getting around the deboosting once again. Give it up for Accounts in the Wild, sharing our work. Thank you to Baron. We did that, ladies and gentlemen. No one else has done it. Let's keep that celebration going for Baron White. Down under in Australia, this champion attended a One Nation election victory party. That is Pauline Hanson. He got to meet Pauline, briefly spoke with her, but he spoke with a number of other party leaders that were all excited about Go Free and white well-being. Let's hear it for Baron White. Swashing IRL in the once great country of Australia, our once great country. Let's give it up for West and Franklin for gathering a fraction of the victories from this week. Nobody is paid. Everybody is doing this out of charity and love because they embrace the struggle here, unlike the Anon losers. Let's give a big thank you to Franklin, the Ivan, the Biospirit of the West, and Diplomat for Western Kind. Oh, and the nameless one, all swashing on Donald Trump Jr.'s stream this week, which is how we got Donald Trump Sr. to say what you're looking at on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, big salutes to these champions.
quadruple 07s, crowns and gems, crowns and gems. Let's give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, an absolute ninja of a swashbuckler. He's everywhere. He's making music. He's doing the radio station, White Wellbeing Radio. He is making memes. He is swashing on people's channels. He is making clips. Let's give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. 2 clips at least this week. Powerful clips made by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Everybody on your feet. Big salutes to that champion. Hey, let's give it up. The channel, the YouTube, the Go Free, No White Guilt YouTube channel with all of the suppression hit 28,000 subscribers finally. It's a drop in the bucket to all of the parvenus, all of the upstarts, all of the do-nothings, ladies and gentlemen. But for us, it is gigantic. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. We got to celebrate this. Out of the last 10 gatherings that we have had, 8 of them have been viewed by over 3,000 people, and one of them nearly 6,000 views. Now you compare that to the previous 20 gatherings. Only 2 of the previous 20 before the previous 10, only 2 hit 3,000 plus views. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely working in the right direction. Let's keep this going. And let's see the victories over here on X. I had to show this, anti-whites of X. Remember we played last week, IRL at the bank, talking about the mistreatment of whites and anti-whiteism there. This reaching over 1,000 views. Let's keep celebrating. The Ancestral Wolf, 1,261 people empowered with white positivity in his original post. Beautiful. I love this, freaking love this meme. Let's keep it going. Biospirit of the West, leader of the OT, ladies and gentlemen, 11,000 souls saved this week with this one post in the audience of Evelina Hanna. We need her to come our way. Well done to Biospirit of the West. Biospirit is not stopping this week. He was in fuego. 2,120 more liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of James Woods. Biospirit of the West back again as he rounds the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to believe it. 85,000 souls saved this week with this pithy white erasure is evil. Look at this meme. It doesn't get more powerful than this. 85,000 souls saved in the audience of Adonis just this week. That many people empowered by the lexical dialectical power of Go Free. Let's keep it going. Justin McDaniel, you knew he would be there, ladies and gentlemen. Extraordinaire Swashman has several feathers in his cap as he rides into battle. 4,481 people empowered. I can promise you white positive content is being suppressed on X. This in the audience of Elon Musk. Here we have the great Justin McDaniel. 11.4 thousand people exposed to the Go Free practice just this week here in the audience of Tyler Oliveira. Give it up for Justin McDaniel. Biospirit of the West, he's back again. 1,407 more people following behind this wholesome of Pied Pipers. The anti-whiteism is beyond your anti-whiteism is beyond disgusting. This in the audience of Here Anti-White Starmer. Justin McDaniel back again, ladies and gentlemen. Powerful meme, powerful verbiage. Working on 1,000 empowered in the audience of Maggie Smith. Give it up for the swashbuckling commander. Keep it going for Biospirit of the West. 2,500 plus more empowered in the audience of Eva Valdingerbrook. She really needs to hear it. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Lazzy B is on the board this week in the victories. Ladies and gentlemen, read this right here. Stop global anti-whiteism and white erasure. Holy freaking God. In her original post, 9,000 people just this week, one post, empowered by the lexical dialectical power of Go Free. Give it up for Lazzy B. Here we have Biospirit of the West back again. 4,000 more. Can this man be stopped? No, he can't. in the audience of Lauren Chin, and you remember her from Tenet Media, being paid by Russia millions and millions of dollars to ignore white positive content. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Biospirit of the West, same meme, different verbiage, different account. 2,371 empowered, this time in the audience of the American Tribune. Biospirit of the West, a swashbuckling legend. Biospirit of the West, back again, 2,120, this time in the audience of In Wokeness. This man has several laurels round his neck as he rounds the track. Take a look at this from the wild. Somebody called Brock Kane, working on 4,000 views, ladies and gentlemen, using our meme. Look at that beautiful meme, very powerful meme. Everybody says it's the best meme. Give it up for From the Wild. Biospirit of the West, back again. Nearly 2,000 more he empowers, this time in the audience of Metoran. How is it spreading? Why is it spreading? Biospirit of the West is doing it, bitch. Justin McDaniel is there. He has an armchair on the scoreboard. He just never leaves. 3,179 exposed and empowered by Go Free. In the audience of Kevin Sorbo. Talking about the video that we were just looking at. Claudia Nebula is on the board. 2,339 people. And there you got Smash Anti-Whiteism in support. 2,339 empowered by Claudia Nebula. Let's hear the celebration and the Raucous emojis. This in the audience of the White House. And I'll tell you, they'll get the message if anybody ever will. 3,092 more. Who do you think it is in the train of, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, you're right. It's Biospirit of the West. And this in the audience of Stanovich, in the audience of Stanovich. We are no, you guys didn't do it. You didn't do it because it's showing up everywhere. No, that is the Go Free practice to the Go Free praxis. We absolutely did it. Justin McDaniel back again. 13.3 thousand souls liberated by Justin McDaniel in this one tweet in response to Elon Musk in the audience of Variety. Give it up for Justin McDaniel. Dallas Malloy, 3,581 empowered by the great Dallas Malloy this week in the audience of Right Angle News Network. Show the love to Dallas. Big salutes. Raucous emojis of the House of SWAT. You know who this is. This is Oliver on the board. 9,122 people in this one post alone in the audience of Libs of TikTok have been liberated. They have seen the concepts that empower our people. Show the man some love. He's back again. Same meme, different verbiage, and this time 2,607 more people in the audience of Deport Foreign Criminals. Give it up for the House of Swashes. Oliver, Shannon Oliver. Smash anti-whiteism. You've seen him auxiliary supporting folks in below their tweets. Here he is. Epic verbiage usage here, retweeting the great Ivan. His own original post. How many people? 2,029 empowered. That's some teamwork right there. Smash anti-whiteism and Ivan Zahagbul have come together. It's glorious. You got to love it. Throw your arms around it. Raucous emojis for these champions. Let's get to the, oh my goodness. End wokeness. We swash on relentlessly. Look at what he said here. This is systemic white erasure. This is systemic white erasure. How many people were empowered this week by the Go Free Lexicon's concept white erasure, ladies and gentlemen? Nearly 400,000. 400,000 in 1 week exposed to white. And there's Shannon Oliver in support underneath of In Wokeness. We're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. You know what we always said. I told them all along that we can get them to come into our story because they still have to propagandize us. And once in our story, evidence that they're in our story is, number one, they'll use our concepts. Number two, they will invert, they will flip our concepts the same way that our people ignorantly do in their story. And we have evidence of that. It grows by the day, ladies and gentlemen. So let's hear part 2 that we didn't get to last week because we had too many videos. 60,000 people saw this on Isaiah Factor.
But they don't want to be us.
Man.
And Trump has made it okay. So these people, this isn't something that's new. They've always been anti-black. But with Trump being president, and if he can be anti-black, then they think they can. And I'm really thankful really for it, because there's nothing like thinking somebody really appreciates your humanity, and then this time shows you that they don't. So there are a lot of friends that I had in high school. I went to a mostly white high school. I'm not friends with most of them, because they say stuff that's just unacceptable, and I check them because every time I see anti-blackism,
anti-blackism. I'm sorry. Anti-blackism. Anti-black and anti-blackism did not exist until they came into our story and inverted anti-white and anti-whiteism. Holy freaking shit! The victory level here is off the chart. We've blown the roof off this place. Fireworks are coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Fireworks.
I go at it like a heat-seeking missile, because if I remain silent and there's somebody around who doesn't have an opinion and I don't say anything, then they'll think it's okay. And I need to check it.
That is exactly what I said I could do with the lexicon. You all came in. Exactly what you said could be done. We have completely rewritten the script on planet Earth with our genius, with the white man's genius and love and tenacity. We have done it. This would have been, and everyone knows it, it would have just been racism. It would have just been racism. We did this, for Christ's sake. It's not over, ladies and gentlemen, because somebody called Ian Lightfoot here got 465,000 views. This anti-white, 465,000 views on this clip.
10 years apart. Do you see what he's doing? What's going to be the first book that comes up when you search communion book? He is making it so that people who are searching out Black history and Black literature will instead be bombarded with his name. Just like Ariana Grande did, he is deciding to dictate what Google shows people first. We see Black erasure every day.
I'm sorry, all those old crankish motherfuckers that said I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. Anti-black, anti-blackism, black erasure. I couldn't do it? Fuck you. It's done, bitch. Where are you? Oh, it ain't done yet, though, in the celebrations today. We have somebody called Michael Imhotep. 46,000 people saw this clip.
The GOP is also the party of Project 2025, anti-DEI policies, anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, the black erasure.
I'm sorry. What did he say? Maybe I'm hearing things. Maybe none of this is actually happening. I'm sorry. What did he just say? Black erasure? Something that was never said? Inverting our concepts puts them in our story where we are the heroes, where we recapture our destiny. It empowers us. We love them talking like this. Where are all you old white guys and the young ones and the middle-aged ones that said it couldn't be done?
Of African-American history, the attack on teaching African-American history, ending affirmative action in government contracts, etc.
Total anti-white right there. Playing right into the work that we do. But we're not done there. Let's listen to Dapper Dev, part 1.
Afghanistan, $5. I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for calling out the anti-whiteism and actually using.
Let's hear it for Chattistan swashing on Dapper Dev. Can I hear it? How about we get some gems and crowns for Chattistan? Swashbuckling general. Swashbuckling general on Dapper Dev.
That term, not anti-white racism, racist and anti-white slur. You've heard that Jason Cohn. I don't know who that is. Jason Cohn, hit me up on IG. It's just DapperDev17. Send me something. I'll check it out. I tell you guys all the time that message me on Instagram, I have a hard time getting back to a lot of you guys because the hater messages are just endless, you know.
Oh my God. Totally epic. Shadistan. I'm on my feet even though I have to sit right now to be on camera. Big salutes to this champion. Dapper Dev, big salutes to this guy. He's not immediately negative reaction. We've identified him as a good guy, generally a moral guy. He's able to hear reason, logic, and evidence. Let's keep it going with Dapper Dev, part 2.
Cone channel name is no white guilt. Oh yeah, absolutely. I know that guy. I'm sorry, I can't believe I spaced on his name. Absolutely. I think he had an Instagram that I followed and it got deleted. But he has another Instagram that follows me actually. Stop Anti-Vitism. He pronounced it differently, but that's a good channel, man. Yeah, he seems like a good dude. I've never really spoken to him besides some DMs. Seems like a good dude though. Seems very intelligent. And I don't see anything he says as hate speech at all or hateful at all. That's the other thing. The whole, the double standards when it comes to discussions about race, it's just crazy, man. And that gaslighting has just done wonders on people. And so many people now are afraid to speak up and give their opinions on common sense issues and double standards. Even our judicial system. I had a subscriber down in Texas.
Give it up for this guy. Totally. This is normal white people. There are hundreds of millions of them. They're not going to be giving money to Chud the Dud. These are normal, common sense, ordinary white people. They're the ones that can be reached. They're the ones that can come to the fight for white well-being in fairness to everyone who lives in Western countries. Let's show this man some love, some big salutes. Let him know that we showed him some love. But we're not done yet. No, there's another one from Dapper Dev.
Nobody challenging these people is the reason why these people have been able to just operate with impunity and keep spreading the lies, preaching the gospel to all the young people. And social programming more and more and more because these people are heavily entrenched in Hollywood. And now you've got these far left anti-whites that are deeply rooted in our judicial system. That's another one.
Yes.
We could spend another hour going down that rabbit hole.
Yes. Let's make sure. That's our friend Martinez as well. Celebrate Dapper Dev. Celebrate Shadistan, who brought all this to the head, and everybody else who's been swashing absolutely resplendently on Dapper Dev. Show them some love, ladies and gentlemen. We're not done. We now have one more video, and it's Matt Walsh.
2004, when that movie came out, we didn't realize that within the span of a decade, Hollywood would completely forget how to make or refuse to make good historical films. In the case of The Odyssey, it's not hard to diagnose the specific problem. Nolan set out to subvert a classic, to bludgeon a monumental story with flat writing and incoherent creative decisions, along with the modern mandates of feminism, transgenderism, and anti-whiteism.
Oh!
This is the approach that now defines Hollywood. They're running roughshod like a Mongol horde over every classic they can get their hands on. And the first sign that something would go very wrong with this particular production was the revelation that...
Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Walsh said anti-whiteism again. He had stopped saying it. There was a little bit of an order that came down about that. And now he said it again. Was it an accident? Is it going to become a norm? Is it going to slip under the radar of his employer? Let's hope it sticks. Nothing but love. Oh, Seth, a huge victory, a glorious victory. What a week, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be right back.
Lightning has struck. And this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Like in the mouth, when you say my name, you feed on fear. Like it's all a game, I wear my scars. Like a chain of fire, every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. just been. Nemesis, take your shot. Nemesis, I'm not lost. Nemesis, feel me right.
I am dancing during that video. Let's keep the celebration going, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get to these financial gifts. We got to roll. We're going to celebrate first the great Corey. 007's Raucous emojis for Corey. $50 Corey in the house. And he says, thanks again. This is a true champion. This guy's swashing in various ways, watching in between shifts. You got to love him. That's Corey, working man of the West. $50. Let's keep it going for our man, ladies and gentlemen. $25 coming from our man for white well-being. And he writes with those 25 glorious dollars for white well-being. God bless you, our man. Big salutes. Let's keep it going. You know he was coming. You know he was here. Dude, bro, moment. Dude, bro, moment, ladies and gentlemen. $50. DB50's in the house. $50. He never misses, this guy. He's like Haley's Comet. He's never missing. $50 for white well-being, champion of the House of Swash. Dude, bro, moment. God bless you, sir. Another champion, a musical genius, is first, last. He's in the house this week. The House of Swash for $25 glorious dollars. $25 glorious dollars. And he says, last Sunday for a great job with his 25. Big salutes. Quadruple 07s to the great first last. So much love, so much appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Who else do we have now? Remember, you cannot financially gift on Entropy anymore. You have to financially gift from one of these other options. There is nothing on Subscribestar. But we do have Yiz the Unifier coming in today. $5 bill as she walks into the House of Swash, shouting her name. Yiz the Unifier. She says, weekly vote for white well-being. God bless you, sister, and good to see you. Swivel around this way. I know we have one. I believe we have one. I know we have one. At least one over on Premium Rumble. Let me scroll. And we have lively conversation over there on Premium Rumble. Land of the fake, home of the gay. $5 bill as he walks into the House of Swash. All the spot beams turn in his direction. $5. And he says, I was at a bar recently, and the bartender said that a patron called an African a enter, and she closed his tab and told him to leave. I usually have things to say about this, but I had nothing. There you have it. I mean, that's how you're treated generally in society. If you're going to be a villain, everybody's going to know a black guy that was good to them or a black woman that was good to them at some point in their life. This is just obviously not the path to the recapture of our destiny and the arresting of our victimization. Lend to the fake. God bless you, brother. $5 financial gift. Let me see if there are any others. Lively conversation. Remember, everybody tagging me as @NoWhiteGuilt, @NoWhiteGuilt. No spaces, nothing touching it. We have something in the mailbag. Keep those raucous emojis going, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got something in the mailbag. I looked into the thaumatological mailbag and I said, what's in here? Something is in here. And I saw, my goodness, it is the awesome Giuseppe King Beauregard. Was in the mailbag. It was a big mailbag. It had to fit all the way around him. And he was in it. He says, 07. He says, 07. And he says, I got a gift for you. $100. Ladies and gentlemen, on your feet, $100 financial gift. $100 from Giuseppe King, I said, Beauregard. Thank you so much, good brother. Good to see you. Good to see you in the mailbag. Must have been a rough trip, riding the entire time in the mailbag. Big love. Thank you. $100 from this hero. Big salutes, and big salutes to every single one of you for celebrating the champions, whether they're gifting, whether they're swashing, whether their swashing is IRL, or their swashing is online, or their swashing is both, or they're making memes, or they're making clips of the work that we do here, or they're making music. Big celebration to everybody who is celebrating those champions. This is how we change the world. This is how we protect those little white boys like we were looking at a little earlier. We have another white young man, ladies and gentlemen, lost his life and last year, December, and his trial is ongoing right now. What happened with this white man by the name of Henry Nowak? Well, a filthy anti-white POS in the UK saw this young man. Now, he was a first-year student at university. I think he was an economics student. We'll pull up the story. And this is a story repeated far too often about our young people. They don't have a people. That's what we are creating. They don't have the support. They don't have the education about the world being anti-white, who they are in that world, what they represent, that the crosshairs are on them, and why the crosshairs are on them, and how to circumvent those crosshairs. And he was on his way home after a night out. This young man, sensitive young man, a football in the UK, so soccer, I guess it was, athlete, I guess is what they're saying. And he was on his way home after a night out with his friends. He had a tiny bit to drink, so little that it was below the legal limit to be able to drive, but he was walking. And he was, at the same time, he had like a stream going, and he was just being a young guy, filling his oats out on the town, and he's walking home, and he's got to get back home. And he has a conversation with a anti-white, non-white, specifically a Sikh, which is one of these kind of people that Tommy Robinson says, I want more of. I want to flood the UK with Sikhs. They're the best people. Why does he identify with the Sikhs? Two reasons. Number one, he's in the anti-white narrative, doesn't understand the anti-white narrative, so he thinks he gets a reprieve by way of the anti-white moral metric. He's pro-non-white, and so he should be able to make some criticisms about anti-whiteism. That's not how it works, Tommy. The other reason is that Sikhs are at war with Muslims. So you go over to India, and you have Punjab is the state in northern India that abuts Afghanistan, and they've had nothing but these internecine conflicts. They have different religions, the Sikhs versus the Muslims, but effectively the same folk on either side of the line. And of course, then they bring that battle to the United Kingdom. They bring that conflict to the West. And so there is this conflict. And Tommy says, well, the Muslim anti-white non-whites are attacking white girls, but they're also going after Sikhs. So I can not only show that I am moral by way of the anti-white moral metric, but I can identify this as some kind of an ally, and we need to bring more of them in. Now, mind you, the Sikhs are the ones driving so many of these trucks, we find out. Obviously, not all Sikhs, and there are great people who are Sikhs, just like there are great people who are Muslims from Pakistan. But they're driving these trucks. They don't know the language. They don't know how to drive the truck. They don't care. They don't have the same standards, these specific ones. And they end up killing whole families. They end up killing newlyweds out on the highways. So there's that and more. And Tommy wants to bring more of them in. Well, there was a couple of them walking down the road. And what do you think the odds are that this skinny soccer player, that this little guy was trying to get a fight out of them? He said a couple of things to them, just jawing, just trash talking, like it's normal. Like it's normal within our own people, trash talking each other. And the Sikh decides nothing that we know of, nothing presented in court, no evidence of him using racial slurs or anything like this. Nothing like that. The Sikh decides, though, the anti-white Sikh decides that this young man, Henry Nowak, has to die. He has to die because, why? Because the white race has been dehumanized. The white race has been pathologized. The white race has been criminalized. The non-white races are angelized. They're lauded. They're extolled. They're elevated. How dare this white cur trash talk with me? And so this Sikh, who is allowed to wear weapons that whites are not allowed to wear. They're not allowed to carry 8-inch long daggers with them because we have a mommy state in the once great United Kingdom where if you just disarm everybody, then nobody can be hurt, like it's a giant playpen for toddlers. And it obviously doesn't work. They're allowed to wear these things because they're considered part of their culture, part of their religion and culture. So he pulls out, according to the prosecution, this knife, this dagger, 8 inches long, and plunges it into poor Henry Nowak, who had no idea, who in his biospirit had no idea that anybody could respond like this, because he could never conceive of responding to some basic bitch trash talking by attempting to end a life. He's stabbed numerous times. He flees for his life. He doesn't fight him. This piece of human waste, Vikram Digwa. He flees for his life, jumps onto a fence to try to claw himself away. And this anti-white terrorist continues stabbing him in the backs of his legs with an 8-inch knife. You know, Henry's legs were probably that big around. You know the arteries and veins that run through the leg. Stabbing him. Well, the police show up. And the police say, what's going on here? Their first duty is anti-whiteism. Because Digwa says, well, he is white and he said mean things to me. So even though he's been repeatedly stabbed, the garbage law enforcement, the anti-white garbage law enforcement in the UK handcuffs Henry while he's conscious and bleeding out and saying, I'm dying. They handcuffed him because he was immoral based on the anti-white moral metric, the social morality of the West. He died because of it. Saying enter, saying K, centering non-whites has brought us to this point where our sons, our lightly built sons, can be executed by anti-white terrorists. So you come into my chat and you tell me that people saying enter and etc., they're actually doing something. This is what they've done. This is the consequence of it. This is your brother. This is your cousin. This is your son. He will never be a father. He will never be a husband. He will never rear children. He will never be a provider to his family and our people. He's gone. Not just because of anti-whiteism, but because of the white traitors that pretend to be advocates and champions for the white race. That is why Henry is gone. The anti-non-white schmuck white race traitors in the UK are the reason Henry is dead, are the reason why Henry's parents had to bury their son and will never heal from that, are the reason why they cry every single night. Remember that when they come to you, these white race traitors, and they tell you, we have to talk about Jews. We have to talk about blacks. We have to talk about the Muslims. Remember when they come to you and admonish that they're responsible for Henry Nowak's death. Vikram Digwa has been charged with murder, while Kiran Kaur has been charged with assisting an offender. So this Kiran Kaur is another Sikh who took the weapon, the murder weapon, and according to the prosecution, hid it and took it away from the scene. 18. His life is gone. That's all the years he got. He hasn't even started to live. He should haunt your dreams. 18-year-old university student has been stabbed to death while returning home from a night out with his friends. Henry Nowak from Essex suffered fatal stab wounds to his chest and 2 other injuries to the back of his legs during an altercation during his murder with 2 men. Emergency services fought to save the teenager. Too late. The anti-white police were too worried with arresting him for being a heretic to anti-whiteism to concern themselves with the fact that he was bleeding to death. That's what they put first. Just remember that. The law enforcement, the anti-white law enforcement, as a consequence of conservatism and the anti-non-white schmuckery, the law enforcement put as number 1 the heresy to anti-whiteism ahead of the white 18-year-old boy dying, young man. The first-year Southampton University student had been celebrating the end of his first term with his football teammates. Hampshire police has now launched a major investigation into the killing. Vikram Digwa, 22, who lives in Southampton, has been charged with the murder. The British national of Asian Indian ancestry faces a charge of possessing a bladed article in a public place. Second person has been charged in relation. Both defendants are scheduled to appear before Southampton Magistrates Court on Monday. Henry's family from Chafford, 100 in Essex, paid tributes to the son in a statement. I mean, you can't even quote, "Our son, our kind, intelligent, and talented son, was in his first year at Southampton University studying accountancy and financing," they said. He'd smashed his A-levels and was fully embracing university life, joining not 1 but 2 football teams, making new friends as well as working part-time at a local Morrison's. Henry was loved by all those that knew him. He was an incredible son, brother, cousin, grandson, nephew, friend, and teammate. He was an all-around top lad, and everyone who was lucky enough to share his company thought the same. He went on a night out with his friends, new football teammates, celebrating the end of his first semester at uni. Devastatingly, he never made it home. Our hearts ache when we think of the bright future he had ahead of him, full of opportunity and adventure. There are no words to describe. You better hear what his parents are saying. If you want something to motivate you, there are no words to describe just how heartbroken we are that we will never get to see him grow and fulfill his awesome potential. We're so proud of him and all he achieved. Our world will never be the same without Henry. Are you mad enough yet? Do you care enough? Do you want to see this end? Do you want to honor Henry Nowak's life? Do you want to prevent future Henry Nowak's? Villains, white people playing villains in the anti-white narrative are our enemy. They don't have the same objective. We are not headed in the same direction. There is nothing similar. They are antithetical to white well-being. When you encounter them online, don't waste a bunch of time. Tell them that they're traitors. Anti-white and traitors. They're being duped and chumped by anti-whites who literally pay for that kind of behavior. They literally pay for it and then move on. Find good, normal white people in their hundreds of millions and swash on them
and move to the next one and move to the next one and move to the next one and move to the next one. Let's get into the announcements and lesson of the day right after this. And we remember Henry Nowak.
In the stillness of the night, shadows speak, the quiet whisper, the thought they can't seek. Mean pathogens weave through their dreams. In the silence, nothing is what it seems. But it's okay, we'll find our way. Through the haze, there's light in the fray. In the confusion where truth collide, we'll tread on toward the western sunrise. Lost in a world where the signals are mixed, the anti-white narrative has them transfixed. Eyes wide open, yet they can't see the harm inflicted silently on thee. But it's okay, we'll find our way. Through the haze, there's light in the fray. In the confusion where truth collide, we'll tread on toward the western sunrise. Feels too long when they're drowning in the song. I'll love a beacon in the storm, guides back to where hearts are warm. But it's okay, we'll find our way. Through the haze, there's light in the fray. In the confusion where truth collide, we'll tread on toward the western sunrise. Everything's okay, the dawn will break. In pristine life, new paths will make. The fog will lift and they'll see clear. In the light of truth, there's nothing we'll fear.
Let's hear it for the great Slots. It's such a beautiful piece. And remember Henry. He's a nephew, he's a son, he's a brother. He's one of us. He's one of ours. White race, you better grow up real fast. You better grow up real fast. We have some announcements. Let's get some prayers and positive energy
to our tree godfather. He has made it through his surgery and he's returned. You saw him in the live chat. God bless him. And we want to make sure we power him into greater health, positive energy, prayers for the tree godfather. Let's also get some positive energy and prayers for Rapunzel. Her dog Steve has cancer and he's got treatments to go through. He's got a surgery. So let's give some positive prayers and some energy to both Rapunzel Grace and her dog Steve to make sure that he comes through the surgery with flying colors and the cancer is taken care of, and they've got many more years together. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. The great Dude Bro Moment is here. It says, do you ever get tired of being right? Is it old yet? Big salutes, man. Never. Never. I mean, I'm hoping that one of these days the white race will grow up and they'll see this work. They'll see what we're doing. They'll see the successes and they'll come. They'll come. So God bless you. You're one of those champions that's making it happen. 314 Rock is here. Hello and welcome. Within this one stream, you have made me break down in tears and laugh out loud with joy. Thank you for what you do, 07s, writes the great Samuski. That's a true man of the West. Thank you for that. Big salutes back to you. Is that Rural? Hello and welcome to you. White Girl is here. Hello and welcome. Shining White Light. I like that name. Hello and welcome. Anti-whiteism 777 says every claim of anti-something by anti-whites is just as illegitimate as racism. White erasure and anti-whiteism are the only ones that really can exist within Western civilization. Well, of course, yes, you're right. When they invert our concepts, it demonstrates truth of the concept of go free and the strategies in service of the practice that we can get anti-whites into our story. And it is a narrative that determines outcomes for people and peoples and civilizations, countries. So we were just reading, proofs from psychology and sociology, speaking directly to that. So when they come into our story and they flip, that's a good thing. They flip our concepts, that's a good thing. They're still illegitimate, but it's a good thing. Just like it's a good thing for anti-whites when white people inside the anti-white narrative flip their slogans and their concepts. They never lose any power because of it. They gain power because of it. Same happens for us. It's telling jails, prisons have various white supremacist groups listed as security concerns, probably because of ADL, SPLC training, but no mention of Latin kings as supremacists. That's a great point. I mean, there are so many non-white gangs. Yeah, you're right. And they're never referred to as supremacists. They link it to, anti-whites link it to the anti-white narrative to make real what happens in their fiction. First Last says, check again. So let's see. Break out the August emojis and 007s for the musical genius Esquire hero First Last. He financially gifted $5 more this time for Wednesday, this past Wednesday, and $25 more today, and writes success. Absolutely. Everybody on your feet for this hero in service to white well-being. He can't be stopped. It doesn't matter what's going on in the world, in his life. He cannot be stopped. Big salutes to this hero. God bless you. Thank you so much, champ. Antibodies from 777 says, did you get my message on Elon's site? Where did you send it? Tag me again. Was it a DM? Is it on the live chat? Tag me again. 777 says, how about asking the bartender if she would have done that if the white man was called an anti-white slur? You could absolutely do that. Absolutely. Would you throw out an anti-white, specifically a non-white anti-white, if they used a anti-white slur? She probably would say no. But maybe for the matter at the moment would say, sure. But she wouldn't. But then you could drive the point home. Good. I'm glad you would do the same. Don't be anti-white. Now give me another drink, wench. We have 777 again says all cops are like that. It's part of the training and who the agencies select for. Well, yeah, I mean, they're obviously white erasing the hell out of law enforcement. You're right about that. He says for their guilt, they belong in. Yeah, they're white guilted too. Right. So they show up. They're afflicted with anti-whiteism and white guilt. And they know by way of the anti-white narrative, even when their policing shows them otherwise in the real world, they know and they better live by the anti-white narrative that the white guy's always the bad guy, even if he's on the ground bleeding out. White girl says, hope you're feeling better today, Jason. I am always amazing, but thank you. Even when I'm sick, I'm amazing. All right. But then again, you all know that, don't you? And the really close know it even better. Land of the fake, home of the gay. $5 more. Steps up here, says Jason. How would you reframe a conversation about an anti-non-white event to a conversation about white well-being? Well, I'm so glad you asked that, and thank you so much for the $5 financial gift. Another $5, bringing it up to $10. Bless you, brother. Just this past Wednesday, I break down in 2 paragraphs, and everyone should go there and watch if they haven't had an opportunity. I break down in 2 paragraphs how to talk about, I should say not how to talk. I guess you could say the second paragraph is how to talk about the Holodomor from a white positive perspective versus the first paragraph, which is an anti-non-white perspective. What I do is I present these 2 paragraphs, and then I take the first paragraph and I said, what are the logical conclusions of this paragraph? So in other words, we're talking now about thought change, the substance of psychological warfare. What starting idea? What's the bough on the branch where it connects to the trunk? What are your starting ideas? Because that determines what your deductions are going to be. And then your deductions determine what your action items are going to be. So I take the logical deductions, I break them down for the first paragraph, and then we share the logical action items as a consequence of those deductions. It is exactly what we've seen for generations. We take the second paragraph, the white positive one about the Holodomor. We have a set of logical deductions. Now, it's important to note that we're talking about the same historical event. And then based on those logical deductions, logical action items. Where is the focus? What does the focus engender? So that's on Wednesday. And I believe there's a timestamp for where it begins. So please check that out. Every single incident that an anti-non-white talks about, historical, contemporary, projections for the future, no matter what it is, can be reframed to be white positive and productive rather than destructive. And my hope is that I've made it so simple for people that there's no way to not recognize that if you focus on Jews or blacks or other non-whites, that you can only come to deductions and action items that are harmful, deleterious, noxious, baneful for whites individually and whites collectively. The reverse, the opposite is true for a white positive focus. And never forget, like I shared today, I didn't recall to share on Wednesday, that even if you take the sentence, quote, Jews kill whites, close quote, even if you take that sentence, the focus is Jews. It's not whites. So they can say all they want. No, I'm talking about whites. What is the subject of the sentence? Jews. What is the object? Whites. That's lesser value. That's not the focus. The subject is the focus. The same not only holds true for sentences, but for paragraphs, for arguments. For the love of God. We have run out of time for the Go Free lesson of the day. We'll have to save it for next Sunday. It's a good one, though. It's a really good lesson because in this lesson, we have a repentant villain, Lucas Gage. And you can see the repentant villain is a staple of the Go Free dialogic. It's on page 91. It was written before Lucas Gage became a repentant villain. It's amazing. Like Dude Bro moment. Do you ever get tired of being right? Never. Never. So we specifically talk about smart people will come to Go. Smart people have come to Go Free. Smart people have been empowered by Go Free. Smart people will continue to come to Go Free. Important people are some of the 3,000 views that you see. The 3,000 views that make up most of these gatherings in its replay are not basement-dwelling losers who are snickering and they want to live vicariously through a chump or a punk or taboo grifter, taboo takes, unless they are newly coming to Go Free and they're going to move away from that mentality, that lifestyle, that life choice. There are people here that are known nationally. There are people that watch that have power. There are people who are growing in personal power and influencing their families, their children. And there's nothing more important than protecting those white babies from anti-whiteism. That is the most important thing. If you're protecting the white children from anti-whiteism, civilization will take care of itself. But you don't have a political party. Civilization will take care of itself if you protect white children from anti-whiteism. End of discussion. Dum-dum. What a powerful day we've had here. Nothing but big victories. We have correcting history is historical revisionism. We've got somebody saying, and I'll submit to you, and I hope you'll come around, you'll go free, that you can't correct history. Brilliant people, wealthy people, educated people have all gone down the road. Look up Ernst Zundel. There's so many others. Look up Ingrid. Look at all the work they've done, and none of it can be changed. Why? Because the history, the narrative, the anti-white narrative is in the heads of hundreds of millions of our brothers and sisters. We fight on the moral plane in the here and now and moving forward. And we've demonstrated that while you can't rewrite history for the world, you can arrest the victimization of our people today. And then guess what happens to history? History is downstream of white peoplehood. That's the reality. History and its telling and its writing is far downstream of white peoplehood. So I submit that to you. I want to see you empowered. I want you to be a hero of your family and friends. And I hope you'll stick around. Julian says, I'm getting sick and tired of these anti-non-whites and J-Spurgs feeding into the anti-white narrative. They're making it harder for us to get the message out to people. Yeah, I mean, block them. Tell them off, move on, block them, and search. I know exactly. Trust me. I've reached my limit. I've been surfeited with anti-non-white, white traitors forever. They are the enemy of Western kind. So I get it, man. I know what you're feeling. Cindy, the great Cindy Ben is in the house. Good to see you. All right, making sure. Anti-whiteism 777 said a DM. All right, man, I'll look for it on DM. And it's about Elon Musk. Is that your name on X as well? Let me make one more quick look. Make sure we didn't miss anybody. And we will roll out. Do not forget that tomorrow is Monday, the beginning of the week. Well, I guess Sunday's the beginning of the week. This is where we're really getting fired up. Church of the West. But Monday is our first step into the week. And on Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Seeds of the Shade Tree with Justin and Robert on X. Make sure you're there. And I will almost always be there, at least for a little while, on these wonderful spaces. It's white positive. Everybody's using the lens of Go Free. You'll learn a lot. And then, of course, I'm back on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a midweek check-in to put more coal to the fire, as we say down home, and get things really electric so that we can have these huge victories every single week. Anti-white media find biggest victims of white erasure, most dysgenic, carnival freaks, and always have them as their villain yapping about white supremacy and anti-Semitism. Oh, so true. Very well written. Ivan has his comment before we get out of here. It's a great Ivan. Ivan says, accurate. As I follow dysgenic carnival freak, as a fellow dysgenic carnival freak, Ivan detests such behavior. Vengeful mutants, he says. They are vengeful mutants. Yeah, they are. The Ivan is always right. Never forget that. A general in the house of Swash. No comments over on these other platforms. Just making sure really quickly I didn't miss anybody. And be empowered, people. Be empowered. We know the lay of the land. We know that there are anti-white, anti-non-white traitors to the white race that will show up in hordes, and they and bots that are driven by anti-whites, they will donate money, and anti-whites will donate money to anti-non-white causes and individuals. This is the lay of the land. Obviously, the anti-white system is going to do that. We understand it because it undermines the resistance. But we're going to keep fighting. Nothing is going to stop me. Nothing is going to stop you and our love for that little white boy with that deep anguish and that deep injury that will never heal because of anti-whiteism. Nothing will stop our love for him. Nothing will stop our love for Henry Nowak and his family and the family that he would have had, the wife and children that he would have had. Nothing will stop us. We don't have to, we're not being paid. We don't have to be paid because that is what love, hope, and redemption does. That's a people fighting for itself, its life, its well-being. It's natural. People always ask, they look at scenarios, for example, like the War for Southern Independence. There was never a hope in hell that the southern states of America, the Confederacy, could ever defeat the United States. The United States had an infinitely larger population. They had 95% of the factories for making weapons and musicians and uniforms and shoes and everything else under the sun. The Confederacy didn't have a chance in hell. Why did it almost win? Why did it win almost every single battle until attrition bled it dry? Because they were fighting for home and hearth. And while some of the white people, the good white people in the United States, believed that they were fighting for something noble to maintain this the union of the states in the United States, a lot of them were in that because they were drafted, because there was money. A lot of white people showed up at the shores of New York and decided to join the military for money. And when you have money interests and when you have people who are drafted to do it, they just cannot fight the same way that people fight for home, family, peoplehood, and hearth. Nothing can stop us. The Confederacy marched without shoes through brutal winters, through the forests, through the fields, without proper uniforms, without proper rations. That is the strength of fighting with love. Never forget it. We're taking this fight to the anti-whites. We're overcoming the traitors in our midst who play the villain in the anti-white narrative, because we are driven by the one thing that has always elevated mankind, and specifically Western kind, to the stars and beyond: the love of our own. God bless you all. I love you, and let's go free.